There we go. We hit a restart on the stream on YouTube. What's up, everyone on here on TikTok? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting people up here in a quick second. Let me actually delete this one. Delete. Hopefully it's fine now. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to start getting some people up here very, very soon. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's Live? We're going to get debates up here in a quick second. What's up, what's up? Hopefully the YouTube is better now. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. YouTube's acting really, really weird. What's up, everyone joining in? What's good? What's good? Let's get the debates going right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Let me get everything set up for the stream real quick. What's up? Make sure everything's completely set up. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would rather vote for Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
It's 2006, December 12th.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Honestly, I just think Kamala is just a hypocrite.
Okay, what makes you think that Kamala Harris is a hypocrite?
Man, it's just the whole thing with the Epstein files. She's been seen with people in the Epstein files.
No, she hasn't. What people?
Yes, she has. Have you heard of Roger Ramirez?
I think you're just naming your friends. This guy's gonna troll. I know what type of troll that is. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump 100%.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, you said you'd vote for Trump. Why do you support Trump?
I just really like his foreign policy.
Okay, what foreign policy?
Well, the way he dealt with Venezuela, the way he's dealing with Iran, he's bringing American dominance again.
Okay, and how is he doing that? Like, what political concessions have we got from Iran?
Well, we're gonna be able to control Iran minerals and stop it from selling to China, which is gonna slow down China.
Okay, so you think that we're going to stop minerals from being sold to China? It's going to slow down China by us deciding to go to war with Iran?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what tells you that?
Why do you think we
Do
went
you
to
think
the
it
war?
slows down China's economy more than it slows down our economy? Do you have any evidence that it's doing that?
Well, do you know that Iran sells oil to China for like dirt cheap?
Okay. And what is that supposed to mean here?
Well, if China stops getting its oil from Iran, where are they gonna get it from?
For people on YouTube, by the way, I don't know what you mean by I have my audio the same volume I typically do. Is it okay? I have it the same every single day. People are saying it's quieter today. I'm confused. I can try to turn it up. I don't really know how. Is it better there? No, you're quiet today. I literally haven't changed anything today, so okay. Alrighty. Continue. What was your point?
Okay, so I was saying when Iran stops selling oil to China for dirt cheap, China is gonna be forced to buy it from legit places, and it's gonna be more expensive for them.
Okay. And you think that's going to impact their economy, China's economy, more than it's impacting our economy right now. So your goal is
Well,
to so the goal from the war with Iran is to disenfranchise China's economy.
well, there's also other factors. We
Okay.
also are
So
gonna
then
be
what are the other factors? Because I don't think that we've disenfranchised China's economy more than we've disenfranchised our economic growth.
well. That's because you live in America and you are feeling the hit, but you're not. You don't.
Well, what evidence do you have that it's hit China to a greater extent?
Well, maybe if you use common sense and logic, where does China get most of its oil from? Iran. when they stop getting most of their oil from Iran for cheap, they're gonna have to buy it expensively.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think that wait, so you think Iran's not able to get any oil right now?
Sorry?
You think Iran's not able to get oil right now?
You mean you're saying China isn't getting any oil, right?
You're
That what
saying
you meant?
China can't get any oil right now. That's just not true.
Yeah, from Iran.
What it like do you think China Okay, I mean I don't understand the goal for this. Let's say that you increase China's gas prices for a bit. What do you get out of that?
It's not for a bit. We're gonna take over control over Iran. It's not gonna be for a bit.
You say you're going to take control over Iran and
Yeah.
okay, and when is that going to happen? Are you going to do boots on the ground to do that? When is that happening?
We're not gonna need boots on the ground. That's why
You
we
can't
are.
take control of Iran without boots on the ground.
Yeah, we can do it like what we did in Venezuela.
We didn't take control of Venezuela completely. We have the same regime in office.
We have control over Venezuela.
Okay, and you say that we have control, total control. Okay, then why haven't we completely changed the structure of government?
Why we don't need to? If they're gonna be our puppet, we don't need to change them.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with the audio on YouTube. I'm gonna listen into it real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute you. To it real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mute you. To it real quick. Give me 1 second. I don't know what's going on with the.
Don't need to. If they're gonna be our puppet, we don't need to change them.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with the. I think I'm a little quiet, but dang, I don't know what to do to fix that. I think it just could be the guest. Maybe this one. I don't know. That's so weird that it sounds differently today comparative to other days. I don't know. All right. Continue with your point.
My point is Donald Trump is better in foreign policy.
Okay, but like you don't have any political concessions that we've got from the war with Iran. I think we're in a worse off standpoint right now than we were, given that we were under the JCPOA, which is what Trump pulled
Dude,
out of in the first point.
that Iran thing is gonna be so stupid when when it finishes and you're like, oh my god, why is oil so cheap now? You're gonna look so stupid. It's just gonna be so funny.
Okay, so you think I'm gonna look stupid, but right now we have no political concessions. We're over 2 months into the war, and you don't see any benefit. So then what? Why are you gloating like we're gonna win when everything shows that you've been worse off because of the fact that Donald Trump's been in office?
When you're in a war, you're gonna lose a little bit, but then Donald Trump is just gonna set us up for success
How is he setting us up for success?
by taking control over all the countries that have a lot of oil.
Okay, so we should go and take control over every country that has oil, and
Well, we
that's
already
what you
have
think sets us up. So,
Venezuela.
by the way, that's called the. So you think that it's good to steal from other countries? Is that your view?
We're not really stealing.
But that is stealing. If you're saying take control of their oil, that's stealing from their country, is it not?
Well, it's better for us to take it than China.
Okay, so is it stealing? Yes or no?
We're getting it away from the bad
Is
guys.
it stealing? Yeah, I'm gonna go rob the bank because someone else is going to possibly rob it in the future.
It's not possibly. It's
Dude, wait,
it's
no, seriously, wait,
happening.
wait, wait. Is it justified to rob the bank because maybe someone in the future will rob that bank?
Is the bank being robbed right now?
No, not right now, but I'm asking if
Well,
in the future it
Iran
might possibly
resources is
get
being robbed by China and Russia,
by
and
engaging
their
in
people is
trade.
being.
Wait, by engaging in trade?
Sorry. Well, the trade is clearly not benefiting the people of Iran. It's only benefiting the terrorist government.
I mean, okay, so then you could say, okay, so what is your point there? Of course,
Uh,
if that's what the trade is engaging, but like I would say that there is trade between China and Iran that is for consumers within Iran.
You think it? Yeah, they're.
Do
Man.
you deny that?
Iran gives oil to China, right? They give them their oil, and China gives back in return rocket fuel. Is that benefiting the people of Iran?
Say that one more time.
Iran gives China fuel or oil, and China in return gives Iran rocket fuel. How is that benefiting the people of Iran?
That's not the only types of trades that they engage in, right? Do you agree that there are consumer-based trades between China and Iran?
Yeah, sure,
Okay, that's all I was saying.
but it's not a
What is
main
your
part.
point? What is your point?
My main point is like Donald Trump is cracking down on these trades, and that's why I think he's better.
How?
Because under
There's
Biden,
no more sanctions under Trump. Didn't he like get rid of the sanctions to try to appease them?
not all of it.
Okay, so what sanctions are causing them to come to the table and concede on anything?
Sorry?
Yeah, what conditions are leading to people then, or it's Iran then accepting any conditions for concessions that
Half
put
of
us in a
their
better position than what we were under the JCPOA?
more than half of their government is like dead right now. They're gonna be scared and they're gonna agree.
Okay, that's not. There was no change in negotiation. There's no evidence of
So
that.
everyone saw you saying that this war is gonna lead us nowhere, and in 2 months people are gonna come back and you're gonna look so stupid. And I clipped this, and you're gonna look really stupid,
Okay,
and you know it.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go to the next person. Hey, for people in the chat on YouTube, I don't at all know what to do. I've turned up my volume. I haven't done anything to change anything for like the volume, so I don't know how to fix it, to be honest with you. Um, so I'm just gonna keep going. I don't know how else to fix it. I apologize if it's not working. I'm sorry. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh,
Do you support
hey,
Trump?
why am I hearing fucking Dean?
I don't know why you hear Dean. I'm Parker.
No, it's like some Dean sound is coming over. Like, hold on, let me like switch out and beg it.
Okay.
It was, it was, I
Do
don't
you
know,
support
YouTube or
Trump?
some shit. Shit. I, I can't. I was on Dean's the other day, and you guys dropped this rape bucket thing on me, and it sort of it's like you did some jujitsu or some shit, and so I was just knocked out by that, and I got an argument for you.
Do you support Trump anymore?
I don't know. I
Okay.
respect.
You should watch the stream. I am looking for people right now who do support Trump. Let's go. Try to go into the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up?
We
How old are you?
are Charlie.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up? How old are you?
40.
Do you support Trump?
Of course,
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you very much. And why do you support Trump?
because the economy is doing well right now.
Okay. And how is it doing well?
We have people on TikTok spending money on you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that evidence that the economy is doing better off than what it was at the end of Biden's administration? Because we can see real GDP growth is lower right now than what it was in 2024. We can see real median wage growth is lower right now than what it was in 2024. We can see that unemployment has gone up. We can see that inflation has gone up.
Why does it matter to you? I mean, you're making money on TikTok. And you're doing good.
It matters to people and the entire economy, for people as our overall country, not just for me.
But if it matters
I don't just
if
care
it
about
matters so
myself.
much, they wouldn't be. If it matters so much, they wouldn't be spending all their money on you right now.
Yeah, can you like address these points, and you understand that like I could still make money and the
But your
economy could
points
still not
made-
be working well. You understand that, right?
But
Like
how
I'm
would
not
you be making
representative
money?
of the entire economy.
The economy is very well that people are able to spend money on you. How's
Okay.
that not a fact?
Wait, so that doesn't mean that Trump has made the economy better. So I'm asking
Yeah,
you, how
it
has
does.
Trump made the economy better?
I just told you, people are able to spend extra money on
No,
you.
give me an actual reason. What has Trump done to
That
make the
is a
economy better
reason.
off?
That's my primary reason.
That's a horrible
It shows how
reason.
people are able to spend.
That is a horrible reason. Would you like to
No, it's
actually
not.
engage?
How much are you making right now off of
$1
this?
trillion.
No, that's not. No, you don't make $1 trillion. No, come on.
Yes, I did.
Be honest.
I made $1 trillion last
How much
year.
money do you make from your TikTok?
I made $1 trillion
Okay, so how come you don't spread those $1 trillion to your viewers instead of making them pay?
because I'm selfish. And I put it in
Well,
offshore
there you
bank
go.
accounts and I don't pay any taxes on it at all.
Okay, well, there you go. Selfish Democrat. Typical, right?
Yep. Yep, I just put it in offshore bank accounts. I don't pay enough taxes on it. And I try to get out of to paying taxes in any possible way I can. I'm a
So
good
you-
business owner, right?
So you don't want to spread.
I'm a good business owner, right?
Yeah,
Thank
you don't
so
like
much,
to
the
spread
Future
that
City.
love,
Thank
huh?
you so much. Do you agree I'm a good business owner?
I mean, you have $1 trillion, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I made $1 trillion last year, and I paid no taxes on it. I actually reported a loss.
I mean,
and
you didn't
I
make
sent
$1
all
trillion.
my money to all these offshore bank accounts, and you know, with that $1 trillion, I paid $0 in
So wait-
taxes.
So do you really make $1 trillion?
Yes, I did $1 trillion.
I mean,
have you ever seen someone be as good of a business person as me? $1 trillion. I made
how
more
did you
money
make $1
in
trillion?
a year. I made more money than a year than so many different countries did in terms of economic transactions. Okay,
Well,
I'm
there
the
you go.
greatest business person that's ever existed in the history of the planet.
So you made $1 trillion, and the
I am
economy
the
is
first
good.
trillionaire. Yes. Should I do it? Should I get a golden statue?
I don't know. I mean, are you going to pay for it?
Would you pray to my golden statue?
Well, why would I want to do that?
Why not? Why wouldn't you pray to my golden statue? Because I'm the greatest
I
business
mean-
person that's ever existed. Do you think I'm qualified to be president?
Do we not have statues of other presidents?
Do you think
Do we
I'm
go
do you
worship
think I'm
Mom?
qualified to be president?
We don't have other statues?
No, I'm like, are we like praying to them?
Are your gear?
Are we like praying to them?
Are you
Do
breaking?
you pray to
You
those
don't
statues?
understand? No, we don't. So why would we pray
You don't.
to
So
Trumps?
but I'm giving you an example of like this because recently MAGA leaders were praying to the statue and then Trump literally thanked them.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of funny. Well, that's them.
Yeah, that is them.
Yeah, and people who spend their
right,
money here.
You're right. That is them.
They worship you by giving you money. So what's the problem?
Oh, they're worshiping me? Really?
Oh yeah, they're giving you money.
How is it worshiping me to give me a donation?
That's what you call it, a donation. What do you do with that donation?
I put it in my bank account.
And you spend it, right?
Yep, I spend it on the most lavish lifestyle you've ever seen. Golden toilets in every room.
I'm asking about you.
My ground is filled with
I don't care about
diamonds.
what Trump does. I'm
The
asking
floor
about
that
you.
I sit on is just straight diamond. Okay? Everything is diamond.
Okay. You've been to that? You've been
There's
there?
a diamond statue of me, okay? In my front lawn.
Oh, okay.
And it
I mean,
says
come
get a
on.
job on it.
I mean, are you not able to have a normal
Thank you
discussion?
for
Like,
giving me the
I'm
gold
asking
medal.
you
Well, I mean,
simple
you're
questions.
the one who decided to come up on the live stream and do this, so.
I mean, you're just being dishonest to your viewers.
Me,
but
I'm
okay,
being
whatever.
dishonest. How am I being dishonest? I'm talking about the reality that I have a diamond statue in my front lawn that says get a job on it.
Oh, so you have a
of
diamond
me.
statue.
Yeah. Because of
And your
all
viewers
the
continue to
trillions
give you money.
because the $1 trillion I made last
Is-
year off of grifting people's donations.
I mean, that's why you hate Trump so much? Because
Like
you're
sci-fi,
grifting
thank
people?
you.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
get
know.
it.
That's what got me my diamond statue. Think of the gem gun. Like the gem gun, there's a part of the diamonds that gave me a few diamonds.
I guess. I mean, you don't really care about your viewers then. You're like, oh, the economy's so bad. Hey, but give me money. Because I'm doing great.
I only care about my diamond statue, and I only care about moving my money to offshore bank accounts and expanding my trillions of dollars of wealth, and
Okay. So then the economy's doing good. You're
denying
doing good.
facts of reality and science, and
You're doing good.
trying to get
what's
elected as president based
don't
upon
un-
zero qualifications. And
Okay. So you have nothing to say in regards to your viewers spending their hard-earned money and you having a diamond statue.
Yeah. Like, you know what I have to say? I have to say thank you so very much. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for all the gifters.
Yeah, give them the money.
Seriously,
You guys
Feisty,
got it.
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much for Braze
Spread that
Parker.
money.
Braze Parker, actually, okay. Jolene,
be
thank you
complaining
so
about
much for the
gas.
dollar. Thank you very much, Stacy. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm doing great. I'm doing actually. Yeah, I would say I'm not like myself today. I'm like better than I've ever been, actually. Nikayla, thank you so much for the $2 for the Parker Worship statue fees. Thank you so much. Maria, thank you so much for the $5 for the offshore bank account. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. SJ, thank you so much for the Parker's Lavish Lifestyle and Diamond Statue. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you so much for the $6.66 for the Diamond Statue. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Fossey. Thank you so much for the $9. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I would love to debate them. That'd be funny. Joseph, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm trying to fix that. Thank you very much. C-Day, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The Wolf, thank you very much. Brand, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, that's true. That's true. It failed. Liz, thank you so much for the $5 for the golden statue. I gotta put a golden one right next to the diamond one. Diamond one's not enough alone. Avenge, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Liz, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Can you say thank you to the donors for really supporting like the lavish lifestyle, the diamond statue, and the $1 trillion
that's on them.
Income for the year?
I mean, when they realize that they're not getting anything in return in their investment, they're just going to be pissed off at you and be like, okay,
What
nothing
do you mean
has
they get
changed.
nothing in terms of return on their investment? You know what this
Everybody
gives
else
us?
is
You know what the
everybody else is
return?
moving along to get along.
You know what the
and
return on the investment
everybody
is?
else is
The diamond statue.
everybody.
That's a return. I think that's a return on the investment. The diamond statue in my front lawn.
I mean, hey, you got a diamond statue, okay? That's
Yeah,
what you're
dude,
saying.
that
I'm
is-
calling you a liar, but okay.
That is some real world material impact.
Okay.
And thank you so much for the Crystal Crown. Thank you so much. I
That's why
appreciate
you
it.
shouldn't
Adding
pay
to my
taxes
diamonds.
then.
Thank you very much.
What's the point of paying taxes then if people are buying diamond statues?
Again,
right?
you already told you I don't. I put all my money in offshore bank accounts. $1 trillion year income for the last year.
Yeah, so I guess you're saying people shouldn't invest. All right, let's get rid of investing. You know why?
Dude,
we could just spend our money
I've
on
got
you.
the greatest investments you've ever seen.
Okay.
Yeah, you've never seen investments that are like mine, bro.
Okay. I mean, trust me, you're running a Ponzi scheme. People are investing in you, and they're gonna figure out
what's the Ponzi scheme.
what is their return on investment. What are they getting out of this? Entertainment for $4? Me, you talking?
Dude, I told you the diamond statue.
What about it? I'm talking to you. I
They
don't care
get
about
to
no
see
diamond
that
statue.
that's gonna happen in my front lawn. The diamond
Okay.
statue. It's already there, and I'm just adding to it every day, bro.
That's good. Good for you.
Timo, thank you for the $20 for this is the return on my investment. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Caroline, thank you so much for the $5 for the grift for the diamond statue. Thank you so much. IMF, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the IMH. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. Thank you very much for the MAGA cult. Never fails to prove their complete ignorance and stupidity. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's so ridiculous.
How is it ridiculous? I mean, it is ridiculous. People giving you money.
You don't even see. Zoe, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much for nobody tells me how to spend my money. Keep cooking them, Parker. You are amazing. Guest Hush. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Christopher with the $100. Thank you very much for you selfish Democrat. Love what you do for your lavish lifestyle. Thank you so much, Christopher. Thank you. Give me some W's for Christopher in the comment section right now for the $100. Thank you very much on PayPal. W's for Christopher in the comment section right now, supporting the lavish lifestyle like you've never seen before. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zoe, think of the galaxy. Oh yeah, we're gonna build my own ballroom. Actually, everybody, $1 trillion ballroom. Actually, we're gonna be crowdfunding for the $1 trillion ballroom. $1 trillion ballroom. I tell you that. Look at this. Marina, thank you for the $2 for the ballroom. Thank you so much. Adam, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much for Parker. So wealthy. He only does this show for the ballroom, actually. I'm doing it for the ballroom, actually. The ballroom's for everybody. It's the get a job ballroom, actually. I promise you that. The $1 trillion, actually, ballroom, okay? Carolina, thank you so much for the galaxy. Tammy,
so what are you
thank you
gonna
for $5.
do?
Thank you very much. Kira, thank you so much for the $1. Happy birthday, Kira.
So what are you gonna do when bashing Trump is no longer profitable?
I'm gonna be bashing you and conservatives and Republicans.
But then when people start realizing the policies work, then what are you gonna do?
What policies? Name a conservative, Republican, or Trump policy that's worked that you think is really good for
Enforcing
the average
immigration law. How
American.
about enforcing immigration laws?
So we enforce them under the Democrats actually proportionally, right, after violent criminals to a greater extent. Under the Obama administration, 20% of those deported had violent criminal record. Under the Trump administration, 5% of those have had a criminal record. So it's actually 4 times less likely, proportionally speaking, under the Trump administration compared to the Obama administration in terms of who they're trying to deport, right? Along with the fact that in terms of immigration law, they're not trying to make the legal process go quicker. Actually, Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill that would have otherwise secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker. But Donald Trump cared more about getting a win on the border than he actually cared about making the legal process get addressed or about getting any type of securing of the border.
But we enforce immigration laws, right? That's what we're doing right now.
I think that they're enforcing the laws that they want, and then they're violating other laws. I think they're violating constitutionally protected rights. So they're claiming that they're enforcing the law and deporting people. But I would argue that they're actually, I mean, we could even say that there's more laws violated on their behalf than they're actually enforcing. Along with the
Have
fact
you
that
read?
you trusted a convicted criminal to
Have you read 8
enforce the
USC
law. Wait, hold up.
1325?
You trusted a convicted criminal to enforce the law over a former prosecutor, former district attorney, and former attorney general. Isn't that kind of ridiculous?
So what does the law say about being undocumented in the country? You got to be deported, right? Illegal immigrant. Isn't there a law that covers that?
So yeah, there is laws that say to deport people, and I'm not
Which one is
disputing
it?
on that. But you have to use due
Eight-
process when you
Eight,
deport
eight
people.
what? 8
You can't be
USC
violating people's due process rights.
1325.
But you can't be
8
violating people's.
USC.
But you can't be violating people's due process rights.
They get a judge and they get deported.
Yeah, but that's
Just
not
like
what's
here.
happening in all the circumstances for immigrants under the Trump administration. Along with the fact that they're violating.
Why does it?
Along with the fact that
Why does
they're
it matter? They're
violating
getting deported.
they're not using judicial warrants in order to search and seize people's properties. They're racially profiling
they're
people
criminals.
within this country. No,
They're criminals. They're illegally in here.
They're proportionally going after violent criminals to a lesser extent. Plus,
All of them
he's
are-
pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots and released them into our country, some of which have reoffended.
Any individual who's here in the country illegally is a criminal. Yes or no?
I don't think that's true because actually, people who are in the country unlawfully, right, in some circumstances, are violating civil law, not criminal law, right? Because they come to the country using a visa and then they overstay their visa. It's a violation of civil law, not criminal law. And let me ask you this question: Do you accept
What branch? Which branch? What branch does?
do you accept the determinations from civil courts?
What branch does 8 USC belong to?
I want to hear this. Do you accept the
What
determination?
branch does the
Do you
law
accept the
of 8 USC
determinations
belong
from
to?
civil courts?
Is immigration law federal or not?
Sir, it's federal. Can you answer the question now?
Okay, so it's a federal crime.
Do you accept the determinations of civil courts?
It's a federal crime, is not?
Do you accept the determinations of civil
We're not
courts?
talking about civil courts. We're talking about a federal crime.
Can I just ask you a question? Can you answer the question?
No, why you try to pivot?
I'm not pivoting.
We're
from
talking about
anything.
federal.
I'm asking
We're
you
talking
a
about
direct
federal
question. I've already
crime.
answered your question, sir. If you'd like to
You
answer my
didn't.
question, that would be very nice.
You didn't. Is it illegal to be a illegal immigrant in the United States?
There's a difference between unlawfully entering the country and overstaying your visa. One is in violation
Okay,
of civil
it's still
law.
a crime,
The other
right?
is in violation
Both
of
of them are
criminal law.
crimes. Both
One's
of
in
them are crimes.
violation-
Yes or no?
One of them is in violation of criminal law. The other one's in violation of civil law.
They're both crimes. Yes or no? Federal crimes.
Okay, I don't understand what you're trying to argue here. I already disputed this, right? For the context.
So then it's okay that we're enforcing those laws. So everybody needs to be deported. Correct? Because we got to enforce the laws.
Are you going to respond to my question at any point in time?
We're not talking about that. You're trying to pivot.
I'm asking you that question.
But why? We're talking about something else. Why are you trying to pivot? Because you're
because-
losing the argument.
Because I'm giving you an example.
Because
of
you're
that-
saying that certain laws don't matter.
I'm giving you an example of undocumented immigrants who are violating civil law, not criminal law, and then I'm asking
It's
if you
still crime.
accept the determinations from civil courts. Because if you don't accept the determinations from civil courts, well, then 40% of undocumented immigrants in the country who are technically unlawfully in the country, right, you believe should be able to stay in the country because there's no basis for determining that they're in the country undocumented or in the country past the point in which they've overstayed their visa.
The law says they have to be immediately removed, does it not?
It's like you don't understand what I'm saying. Do you want
It
to
doesn't matter
engage?
what you're saying.
Do
I
you,
don't care.
yeah, it
I'm
actually
talking about
does.
the
It
law. What
actually
does the
does.
law
If
say?
you don't want to have a
You can say whatever
conversation
you
with
want.
me, if you don't want to have a
You can
conversation
say
with
whatever
me,
you want, but
that
what does the
clear,
law say?
if you don't want to have a conversation with me, that clearly demonstrates that you know that I've got you and that you've lost on that point and that there's no
No.
actual argument
I'm
you can
asking you what
provide in
the law
response
is.
to it, because otherwise you would engage right with it
So
in
what does the law
conversation.
say
The
about
reason why
illegal
you won't
immigration?
engage with it in conversation is because you're scared. Is because you know
I'm scared
you've
of what?
lost and you know
Scared
that
of-
I've got you.
No, I'm asking you what the law says, and you're saying some wazoo pretzel stuff. What does the law say about
What was
being
the
illegal in
question
the
I
country?
asked you before you asked any of the questions
We're
you've
not talking
asked?
about that. We're talking
We
about
were.
illegal
We actually
immigration.
were, because I asked you the question. If you're unwilling to answer my questions, why should I answer your questions, sir?
So now you're gonna act like a kid? You trying to pivot?
That's not acting
Acting
like
like
a
a kid?
child to say that if you're not answering my questions, why should I answer your questions, sir?
I mean, you're acting like a child.
I don't think that's me acting like a child. I think that's you in terms of you not being
We're
willing
talking
to
about
answer my
immigration.
question. Oh, are you a politician? Are you trying to be a politician? Because you're
No, I'm
deflecting
just
away.
being straight up.
And you're
We're
not being
talking
straight
about
up by.
illegal
Are you being
immigrants.
straight up by not answering my question directly? Thank you for the Galaxy Club.
Yeah, thank you for the $20. There you go. See, economy's good.
You wanna engage with my point? You know that you've lost.
To what? Lost to what?
Do you remember the question?
No, because I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about something else.
You don't remember the
And you
question.
pivoted. So go ahead, pivot. Let's pivot.
You're down? You're willing?
Go ahead, pivot.
Okay. Yeah. Will you answer the question? Push
Yeah,
the
go
mic.
ahead.
Okay, I got you.
Go ahead and do your pivot.
Thank you for the Galaxy Club. Sir. To answer my questions, why should I answer your question?
Is
Or in the country past the point in which they've overstayed their visa?
the law says they have to be immediately removed, does it not?
It's like sorry. Let me I'll just say it. So it'd be easier
Okay.
to do that than just to like watch. Go
No,
back and have it.
you're gonna throw it back at me about something about Trump and
it's
something about his
civil court.
legality.
No, it's civil court. So I'm asking you, do you accept the determinations from civil courts?
I mean, that's between an individual and another individual. Doesn't have to do anything with criminal. So whatever it is, that's a private matter to those two individuals. That's why we have civil courts, for people to agree or disagree into disputes.
So, sir, do you accept the determinations from civil courts?
I mean, I don't care. That's
Push the
between.
Galaxy. Thank you very much. You don't?
I don't care what happens because it's between an individual and
So
another
would you say you
individual. It doesn't have to
typically
do
don't-
anything with me. It doesn't have to do anything with the country. It has to be between an individual and individual. That's why we have civil courts.
Okay.
Just like we have family court, which is civil court. That's why we have divorce court, which is civil court. It's matters between two individuals.
But like I'm giving you an example of how people who are in the
Okay.
country have overstayed their visa are in violation of civil law, not criminal law. And in that circumstance, since they're in violation of civil law,
8
you have
USC
to accept-
1325 says
you-
otherwise.
you have to accept that it's not because that law you're referencing is unlawful entry of the country. They didn't unlawfully
Okay.
enter the country. They entered the
So how'd they
country.
get here? Unlawfully.
They entered the country lawfully because they came with a visa and they
So they overstayed their
visa.
visa. Now there's visa.
So
There's
they're in
visa law, which is
violation of civil
1425.
law, not in
There's
violation.
1425 that covers a federal law.
Yeah, sir, that's for unlawful entry in the country.
And then civil court doesn't have any authority to manage immigration law to begin with. It's a federal statute. It's a federal
So
issue.
civil courts
Not a
under your
local,
view,
not a civil, not a
so to
state.
clarify,
It's a
civil
federal.
courts under your view don't have the ability to enforce it for undocumented immigrants, specifically who have overstayed their visas. They
No.
don't have the ability to enforce that they're in the
'Cause
country
who does-
undocumented.
Who
Do you
who
agree?
enforces immigration law? Who enforces immigration law?
I'm not disputing that it's the federal government. You're not understanding.
Okay.
In terms of the
There you
civil
go.
court.
So everybody else is not their role. Does it say in the Constitution or in the law that other parties are able to adjudicate immigration law?
So do you think that civil courts at all enforce immigration law?
I mean, it's not an enforceable thing unless it's a
Well,
federal.
at least determine
federal
the enforcement.
law, a federal court.
No, it's that the civil court determines the enforcement.
It's a federal crime. It's a federal thing. Who does immigration applications?
It's like he can't answer any
Who
questions.
processes those?
Are-
Who
are you-
processes
are-
immigration
do you
applications?
not have the ability to answer any of my questions, sir?
I just told you.
Thank you so much. If you don't want to answer any of my questions, I can just go on to the next person. I don't want to plead with you to answer my questions.
I just told you. No, the civil courts don't have anything to do with immigration.
Okay. So do you want to bet?
What
don't
does it
think that-
say?
You don't think that anyone who's unlawfully staying in the country because of the fact that they're overstaying their visa is in violation of civil law and not criminal law?
In regards to enforcing immigration law,
No,
it's the
I'm
federal
not talking about-
government's
I'm
role.
talking about who determines that
So
enforcement.
whatever, regardless if it's civil law or a civil adjudication, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the federal government still overpowers whatever the civil court is doing. The higher court has the most power.
So, are you going to acknowledge the fact that it is civil law, and I can literally give you a source on that, and I will prove you wrong if you want to take that bet.
All right, give me the statute.
So, there is from Legal Clarity right here. Is overstaying a visa a crime? Civil versus criminal is the...
What does the statute say? I don't want something from a law firm. I want to read
That's
what the law says.
interpreting the law.
No,
Okay.
but so someone's rewording it. Read the law. Read what the law actually
says.
says.
From Legal Clarity, my guy.
Okay, so is
It's
it
just telling you what the law is.
Okay, so what does it say?
I can bring that up for you. Give me a second. But I mean, do you not accept it from lawyers or from any legal determination?
Do lawyers enforce immigration laws?
It's
No, they don't.
S1937, Visa Overstay
What it-
Penalties Act of 2025.
So what does that law say?
Oh, that's actually just introduced. Give me a second. I'm clicking on the wrong one. I apologize. Hold up.
Sorry.
Give me
No, you're good. You're good.
One second. Do you want to bring up something while I find this for you, or do you just want
No,
to
I'm
see
just
it?
letting you know. I'm letting you know for a fact. Like nobody other than the federal government could enforce any type of
Wait. Why do you keep
documents or anything
superimposing-
to do.
Sir, why do you keep superimposing?
Like for instance, like for
why do
example, let me just give you an
can
example
answer this
because
question?
I'm probably not explaining myself right. Like, just give me a chance. Okay, a state cannot receive an application from an immigrant and say, "Hey, I want asylum." The state cannot do that because it's not a state function; it's a federal function. Do you understand me?
Sorry, so you're saying that civil courts are not at all a part of the adjudication process, and
Not at the state level, only at the federal level.
Yeah, can I please speak without you cutting me off for 1 second, please?
Well,
Do you
I'm
think-
trying to make sure you understand what
do
I'm
you
saying.
think-
Not at the state level, but at the federal level.
Okay, if you
So
choose
anybody
to cut me
below
off
the
one
federal-
more time and not engage with the point that I'm making, and seriously not engage, I'm trying to do this with you. Do you think the civil case or the civil courts are at all a part of the adjudication process of determining whether or not someone has violated an overstaying of a visa?
Is it a federal court?
Is it a federal court? You keep repeating
Yes.
that same thing. Okay, so the act I have for you is the Immigration and Nationality Act.
Okay, but are those judges federal judges?
I don't see what this whole point you keep making is. You've already made this point multiple times.
Because
This
only
point is
the
so fucking stupid, dude. I can't
only
go
the
over
federal
the same point
government-
over and over again and still have you just not
But you-
addressing the point that it's a civil violation. If you choose to not engage with any of these points and you just keep making the same point over and over again, I'm gonna
okay,
go
if
to the
you
next
just want to call
person
it,
because it's a waste of fucking time. You keep repeating the
we
same
could just call it
stupid
a
shit over and
civil
over
federal
again.
violation. Call it a civil federal violation then. If
So
you
then
just
what
want
the
to
fuck
give
is
it a
the point
category.
of bringing up federal? What is the point? What is the point? I'm asking you. If you accept the civil determinations, and we have to go through all this entire fucking spiel of all of this bullshit to be able to explain to you that, like, literally, just do you accept the determinations from civil courts? Holy fucking
'Cause-
shit. You can't answer basic fucking questions because
'Cause
you
it
know
matters.
that I'm gonna get you. That's
Because it
why.
matters at what
Dude,
type
how
of
about you
judge.
engage with my questions? How about you engage in a conversation with me instead of just beating around the fucking bush the entire conversation?
You understand what I'm trying to say. You're just trying to
No, I don't.
pivot again.
I've explained
And
why you're
only
fucking
a
wrong.
federal judge, you can name him whatever he want. He could be a divorce lawyer or whatever you want to give him a call. Only a federal judge is able to do any type of immigration enforcement, to include courts, civil court, whatever the case is. Only a federal judge. A state judge cannot do it. A county
Repeat it
judge
again,
cannot
man.
do it.
Repeat it again. Like I haven't heard you say that 7 times prior. Thank you very much. What is the point of you keep saying that? What is the point? What's the point?
Because that's the point.
No, it's what? How is that a response to what I'm saying? I've already accepted 1,000,000 times. Yes, immigration is
Okay.
federal. How the fuck is that a response to my point?
So why does it matter if it's a civil or a criminal? The federal government still has responsibility. And you know what? They do it fast,
So I'm just
correctly?
asking. So the reason why I'm asking you is just asking, do you accept civil determinations? Because in order to be able to say that they have properly adjudicated that in terms of the court process, you would have to argue that the civil courts are correct in making their determinations, at least in typical.
Only if it's a federal judge, yes.
That these are their federal civil courts. So I don't understand why you keep doing
Okay,
this.
so as long as it's a federal judge, yeah. But there's been
So
instances.
why do you keep doing this? We're talking
been
about
there's-
civil courts relating to these cases. Why do you keep
There's
doing
been
this? Why do you
instances-
keep bringing up this federal distinction? It's so annoying.
Because there's
Like, it makes-
instances
there's
that
no
state-
relevance.
There's instances, like a major one that just happened, where judges are using their power to enforce immigration laws.
Let me know when you're going to address my point.
I just told you, yeah, as long
You're
as it's a
not.
federal
You're not
judge.
addressing my point.
I just did.
How? Tell me what my point was and tell me how you addressed it.
I just told you, yeah, it could be a civil matter, but as long as it's adjudicated by a federal judge.
Okay.
It's not just any judge.
Do you typically accept the determinations of civil courts? If you don't answer this question right now, I'm going to kick you.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So you're not going to answer the question.
I said, yeah. I said, yes.
Okay, you do typically accept the determinations from civil courts.
Yeah.
Okay. So you would accept it until you have good reason to indicate otherwise, correct?
Yeah.
Do you accept the civil determination against Trump?
Yeah.
So you accept that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
I mean, that's what the court said.
But do you accept it to be true?
It's an argument between two people. That's on them. I mean, I don't care.
What, you don't care if he sexually abused a woman?
No, that's his problem.
Wow.
Not mine.
So if Donald Trump sexually abused a woman and you knew that to be a fact, you wouldn't care?
Well, there will be an investigation, will they not?
I'm just asking, would you care if you knew that yourself for certain that he sexually abused a
There'll
woman?
be, after the investigation is complete, then
Okay.
whatever judgment is, I'll be like, okay, then he did it. If he didn't, he didn't. Okay.
Yeah, but if you believed for certainty, 100% certainty, that he
But I
sexually
don't.
abused a woman, would you vote for him or would you still support him?
If he's been criminally convicted, yeah, I won't support him. Of course. Who would? Would you?
Obviously not. So
Okay,
I mean,
then.
I don't support him now. So
that's not what
I don't know why
happened.
you asked me that question. So let me keep
I
going.
mean,
to that
that's
point.
not
So
what
you said
happened.
If he was criminally convicted of sexually abusing a woman, you wouldn't support him, right?
Yeah,
But in the context, okay. So let
Because
me ask you-
criminality is a high bar.
Okay, and what's the difference?
Is it
between
not?
What's the difference between a civil court and a criminal court? That means you accept a criminal court, but not a civil court determination.
Because criminal court, it's a higher bar.
But what's the difference between the bar?
You have to have, what is it? What is that one thing called? Everybody says it, something without a reasonable doubt. It's kind of something about our civil liberties, to make sure that we're not, prosecutorially.
Yeah, what's the difference between the civil and
Wrong.
criminal court in terms of the standard?
You need a better evidence to be criminally
Yeah, but what's the
charged.
difference in standard of evidence?
What do you mean?
What is the difference in standard of evidence?
What did I just say? What is that one thing? What is it called? That you'll be judged by your peers by something like that, where above something doubt. You know what I'm talking about? Can't remember.
You're
It's
saying
not-
beyond a reasonable doubt. What's the
Yeah,
difference
beyond a
between
reasonable.
that
That's what it's
and the
called.
standard
Beyond a
for civil
reasonable
courts?
doubt. I need to write that down.
Yeah,
Beyond
what's
a
the difference
reasonable
between
doubt.
that and the standard of evidence for civil courts? Do you even know what the
I just
standard of
told you.
evidence for civil courts is?
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, what is it?
I don't know.
So you don't even know the difference between the standard of evidence, but yeah, you're using that as a dispute. But here, one thing
Yeah.
you already established.
Yeah, because you know why?
Hold up,
'Cause
buddy,
it-
buddy. One thing you already
Because
established.
one, you have to have.
Buddy.
one-
One
I
thing
don't need
you-
to know
buddy,
about what's
buddy.
Go ahead.
One thing you already established is that you typically accepted the outcomes of civil cases. So if you already acknowledged that you typically accept the outcomes of civil cases, well then, unless you have good reason to indicate otherwise, what good reason do you have to indicate that you don't accept it in the civil case against Donald Trump?
Because it's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Wait, but that would be any civil case. But so that doesn't
Okay.
make sense that you
So
would say that
that's
you
why.
typically. So
That's
you,
why
so,
we have
so
civil
you, so you
cases
don't
and that's why we have
so you
criminal
don't
cases.
typically accept the outcomes of civil cases,
Crime is
correct?
crime bad.
You don't
know?
typically accept the outcomes of civil cases, right?
I mean, I could give it two shits unless it's involved me.
Okay, so then you don't accept the civil cases against 40% of undocumented immigrants that are overstaying their visas.
If they overstay their visas, they also broke a crime, did they not?
Wait, but you can't determine that they've actually overstayed a visa without using the adjudication process within the civil court. If you don't accept
Oh,
the civil court's
you don't-
adjudication
oh,
process,
no, you're wrong.
if you don't accept the civil court's adjudication process, well, then you can't determine that they're even in the country
you don't-
overstaying a visa.
You don't need all that. All you got to do, if you're a police officer, and
What violation of the law have they engaged in? You can't
are
determine
you
that in a
talking about?
civil court. You
What are you
said
talking
civil
about? Hey,
courts
you look-
don't determine that.
you-
They don't have a high enough
you-
standard of evidence. So you haven't
Yeah,
said
you
without
look
a
at the
high enough
visa,
standard of evidence that
you look at the
they've even
visa,
been in the country unlawfully.
you look at the visa and you look at the date and you look at today's date,
But like a civil court
and then
would
you look at the
adjudicate.
person
You don't accept
that's
the
in front
civil
of
court
you.
determination. So you don't accept the civil court
That you
determination.
look, oh,
You don't
you're not
accept the
supposed to
civil.
be here.
Sir, you're not listening.
Whoops.
You don't accept.
You're gonna get deported.
You don't accept the civil court determination. So if you don't
What-
accept
we
the
don't-
civil court
What
determination,
does it matter?
Yeah, what does it matter? That's the basis for saying that these people are in the country unlawfully, is the civil court determination.
No,
So
but we
unless
have
you
a
typically accept the outcomes of civil cases, then you can't
But-
make a determination that they're in the country unlawfully in the first place.
but we have an executive branch that enforces the laws, and one of the laws says if you stay over your visa, it's a crime, so you have to be
See,
deported.
this guy, wow, this guy, it's just like you're really intelligent. Like I don't think I've ever talked to a smarter Trump supporter.
Like, isn't that the law that it says, hey, if you're here, overstay your visa? Because they kind of have to sign a contract and agree. Hey, my visa ends in this date. If I don't leave, I'm punishable upon some crimes. Here is the law. Make sure you understand. Sign this dotted line, and we'll give you your visa. Isn't that enough for you?
So the process that adjudicates that from a legal perspective is the civil court process. So you've either got to say you typically accept the outcomes of civil courts, or
So do civil-
if you
civil
don't
courts-
accept the, let me please finish. If you don't accept the outcomes typically of civil courts, then you can't even say that they're in the country unlawfully. You won't engage at that point. You're just gonna yap about the same point you already made. Watch.
Do civil courts conduct criminal adjudication?
No, they conduct civil adjudication. But if you understand, civil law adjudication is specifically what is going to be relevant to someone who overstaying their visa, because that's
So
a
if-
violation of civil law, not criminal law.
Okay, maybe you don't understand. Is overstaying your visa a federal crime?
Again, there are federal civil offenses.
Is overstaying your visa a federal crime?
Federal civil offense.
Well, no, there's no such thing. You're just giving it a definition, but a term.
There's no such. I'm telling you what's true based on the Immigration and Nationality Act.
Is being overstaying illegal a crime in the United States? Is it a crime?
It's in violation of civil law, right, to overstay a visa.
What civil law is that?
I told you it's from the Immigration and Nationality Act.
Okay, and then say something there in between that it references a federal law. Look at that. It starts with the 8 USC.
Yeah, You're talking about unlawful entry. You're not talking about overstaying a visa.
No, read the 8 USC.
8 USC what?
Start with I think it's 1325 or 1225. Can't remember right now. It sucks that I can't dual task on my phone.
1326 criminalizes reentry
Okay, well,
after
what's
deportation or removal.
Oh, so if they re-enter the country, they should be deported,
After
right?
deportation or removal.
Okay, so if they come back in, they should be deported.
After they've already been deported, yeah. That's what
Yeah.
the
Okay.
law
So
says.
so.
Wait,
Okay.
I mean, wait,
so
hold up,
what-
hold up. That's what the law
So what's another
says.
one?
That's not what my argument would be. Like, I don't think people who are in the country undocumented who have committed violent or haven't committed violent crimes. Or
But it just
serious
says
crimes.
there. It doesn't matter. It just says there that it's a crime.
Shut the fuck up. So I don't think that undocumented immigrants who have been in the country, who haven't committed a violent or serious crime, should be removed from the country. I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they can stay in the country.
Doesn't matter what you think. The law is the law, is it not?
Of course, that's what the law is, but I mean, you guys are totally
Okay.
okay with violating the law and not using due process for undocumented immigrants. You
Where
voted
does
for
it say there that
convicted
they need due
felon.
process?
He wasn't put in prison because you guys voted for him.
Where does it say that they need due process? Where in that law does it say they need that?
The 14th Amendment.
No, the law. They don't got a 14th
Everyone within
Amendment.
the
They're
jurisdiction
not
of the
citizens.
country is granted due
No,
process rights.
that's not what that means.
Yes,
Where
that's
the founder
exactly what it
fought-
means.
Mm-mm. Kim Wong Ark says that you're wrong.
Who?
Kim Wong Ark
Who the hell is
versus
that?
U.S. versus U.S.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
you're saying that's a case law that already happened? And
Yeah.
what did that case law prove?
So it proved that as long as you're within so you have to, jurisdiction thereof means allegiance to the country, which means whoever you hold your allegiance to. So an illegal immigrant doesn't have allegiance to the United States. They have allegiance to their home country. So that's why we deport people, because their allegiance
That's
is
not
not
what
with us.
jurisdiction thereof means.
Yeah, that's what that means. Look it up.
No, jurisdiction within the jurisdiction thereof, right?
Yeah,
So that's just saying
means
within-
allegiance.
No, it just means within the context of the country.
No, it means allegiance. Look it up. Google it. It'll tell you.
Okay, there has been Supreme Court adjudication over this, saying that it's.
I just told
applicable-
you. Yeah,
Hold up,
Kim
let me
Wong
please
Ark.
finish. Let me please finish. There's been Supreme Court adjudication over this to indicate that it is specifically applicable to individuals that are in the country undocumented. Due process is
No.
applicable to everyone
Kim
in the
Wong Ark.
country. How do we determine
that
that
they're not-
someone?
They're
How
not
do
citizens.
we determine that someone is in the country undocumented without due process?
What kind of due process you need? You got evidence right there.
Court
They're
process.
there
There
illegally
needs to be a
without
court
documentation.
process to adjudicate the facts of what
For what?
happened.
So you could choke up the courts and deprive American citizens from judges to handle their cases, because there's a lot of illegal immigrants.
So you're saying because there's
Is that what you want to do?
Because it would take a long time to go through the legal process of deporting them, we should then violate the law, which is the exact
I mean,
same
we're
thing
not
that
violating
would
the
then
law.
justify undocumented immigrants coming to our country because it takes too long.
We're not
to go
violating the
through-
law, though.
Because it takes too long to go through said legal process. I don't think you
One,
can
we're
follow
not
my
vi-
argument. I'm going to go on to the next person. You're not following any of my arguments.
Why? Because I'm being.
He's just like not following it at all. And then eating in the microphone. So. So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Oh, I accidentally declined someone. I meant to accept them.
President during
Yo,
the
what's up? How old are
shooting
you?
says she plans to file her own response with the court.
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the
Alright.
YouTube. So as you can support me on
Hey,
YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old
How
are
are
you?
you doing right now, man?
How old are
What's
you?
up? I'm 19 years old.
And do you support Trump?
I do indeed.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I voted Trump personally.
Okay. And do you still support Trump?
Yeah, I would say I do.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
I was born September 23rd, 2006.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second. Jennifer, by the way, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Jennifer in the comment section. Delaney, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy birthday to Natalie, Nate, and Finn. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Princess, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. And Carla, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's a good point to bring up. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Amy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Amy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Along with, let me thank some people over on YouTube Super Chat. If you want to support me, as always, have everyone Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody. Brandon, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Butterflies, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Bridget, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Brand, thank you for the $2. Trevor with the $5. And Jack, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. As well as Joe, again, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He was wrong. Yeah, it definitely was. That one is that literally affirmed it. That's exactly what I thought. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Do you know what's going on with the Wyatt Wilson child situation going on in North Carolina?
I'm not familiar now.
He's apparently touching little boys, and he's a left-wing nut job right now.
Okay. And what is this supposed to mean?
I don't know. He's what's it called? He's actually an ICE agent right now too. It's, you should look it up.
What is this supposed to mean?
I don't know. He's just a weirdo. I don't know.
Push the corgi. Okay. And
But,
you support Trump, who's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Why isn't he in jail?
You said, why isn't he in jail?
Yes, sir. Yes, I did.
I would say, wait, you mean for his felonies?
Yeah, of course.
Because you guys voted for him.
He can't be impeached? Or?
He would be getting impeached if Republicans would vote to impeach him, if his cabinet would go alongside with it, if we try to do the 25th.
Aren't a lot of Republicans going against him right now? Is that true? Or no?
Not enough in Congress to be able to impeach him.
Okay, I see. But yeah, I did vote for Trump in what was it, 2024?
Yeah.
Right.
Why do you still support him?
Well, I don't know. I just thought he was better than Kamala. I support
On what points?
borders. Like, are you anti border patrol and all that? Like anti-ICE?
Yeah, I think that we should abolish ICE because I think that we should structure border enforcement within a different aspect in our federal government where it can't be as easily changed by the executive branch to limit abuses of power. And I think that border enforcement should focus on those that have committed violent crimes and serious crimes, and not just people coming here for a better life. I think there should be a quicker legal immigration process. And I think that Democrats are closer to that particular policy than Republicans, because Democrats are advocating to criminalize undocumented entry, prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses, and then make the legal process go quicker.
Okay. Yeah, where I would stand on that would be, I mean, I always, I don't support killing people, bro. Like, I mean, that's not a great thing at all. But I mean, just how they're doing it, yeah, I can agree on that. Like, there should be a different way. But I see what you're saying, though. But
Okay.
I don't know.
Alrighty. So then, why do you support Trump because of that?
That's a good point. I don't know. I just, what's it called? If Kamal was president, would there just be no borders? Kamala? Okay.
No, we would still have borders. They still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. They just wanted to prioritize going after people who have committed violent and serious offenses and make the legal process go quicker. She advocated for the bipartisan border bill, which is a bill that Republicans and Democrats came together with to try to pass in terms of securing the border and making the legal process go quicker. But Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill because it made Democrats look good.
All right. That's cool. All right.
Okay.
But you know what I mean. I'm just seeing what's up. I'm not agreeing on that.
Okay. So then, why do you support Trump then?
It's a really good question. I would just want to shout out Wyatt Childs.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody.
Here
Yo,
we
how old
go.
are you?
30 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, definitely Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Um, can you give me a second? I wanna disconnect my headphones.
Okay, alrighty. If you're on YouTube, everybody, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. As always, only do send a guest request. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, as always. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Dana, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, it seems like he left himself. Fee, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back.
That would be a good question, actually. Alrighty. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Just a lot of reasons. I'd like to talk about Antifa.
Okay. Are
Would
you
mind?
Antifa?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
Well, because it's official publication at the WhiteHouse.gov, and I can't get on board with that.
What do you mean it's official publication? What does that mean?
That means it's hey, you know what? Let's check it out together. I got it up on my screen. You wanna go where I'm looking?
No, I'm just asking, why aren't you Antifa? I'm Antifa.
Well, because that's what it says, and I can't. If you go to WhiteHouse.gov, if you can go there and then look up 2026 U.S. Counterterrorism Strategy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says that Antifa are
Now-
domestic terrorists, right?
Well, it doesn't say Antifa, but it says fascists on that third line.
Fascists?
Are you there?
So fascists are against?
Are you there?
Yes,
Are
I'm
you?
here.
You're not. Okay. Now go to page 5.
I'm on page 5.
Okay. Now it talks about how there's terrorism. There's 3 labeled terrorism groups in the U.S. And one of
Okay.
them, the last one, is left-wing fascists. Isn't that what you believe that you're anti, right?
I'm anti.
Okay.
I'm anti-fascist. Yeah.
Okay, there you
if
go,
you think
there
that
you
if
go.
you think that fascists are left wing and that helps you be against fascists, well then sure. Then that means Trump is left wing.
Could we read that to your chat so they can understand what that means?
By the way, it says left wing extremists.
Okay. So, do you understand what the government's doing here with that publication? It's telling us that if we are against fascism, then we're a terrorist. That's exactly what that's saying.
So are you actually a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I just wanted you to see that. That is crazy how they're doing that.
Okay, so it seems like he's not actually a Trump supporter. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 40.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I like what he's doing with Iran, keeping America safe and the world safe.
Okay, how is this war with Iran keeping the world safe? What political concessions have we got from Iran?
Um, I just feel that they should never have a nuclear weapon. That's my point of view.
Yeah, the JCPOA that Obama had set up had prevented them from getting a nuclear weapon to a greater extent.
I voted for Obama. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm just saying that like Donald Trump pulled us out of that agreement, and he's put us in a worse circumstance with Iran. So why do you agree with his policies when Democrats would have continued the JCPOA?
I think the circumstances were different in a sense. Uh, Obama's era and Trump's era was different.
Okay, what was different that then meant we should have pulled out of the JCPOA?
My point of view is just that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's just my point of view. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
so
not.
if Trump got us closer to that by pulling out of the JCPOA, you then do not agree with Trump, correct?
He's doing it another way. He put out the JCPOA, but he's doing it another way. So I'm more
They've
focused
gotten
on what.
closer to have they gotten closer to developing a nuclear weapon since Trump pulled out of the JCPOA?
I don't think so.
They have. They've objectively gotten closer. They've enriched their uranium to a greater extent.
Oh, where's the source?
That would be from U.S. intelligence reports, and
I
even
gotta
from their
check that
own
out.
even from their
I'm
own
not
claims,
sure about that.
their enrichment has gone up. The IAEA established their enrichment level of uranium at 3.67% prior, like when the JCPOA was still implemented. That was where they were, and their maximum was 3.7%. And since we had unprecedented
Is that
levels of
true?
surveillance
I'll
over
check
their
it out.
nuclear, what's up?
I haven't read about that, to be honest with you.
Okay, so then why do you still
So
support
if
Trump?
that's true, then it's not something good. Yeah, I gotta agree with that.
So why do you still support Trump?
Another factor is I think the civil case on him was flawed.
You think it was false?
The one it was flawed.
Okay, how is it flawed?
Um, I think like civil cases itself, it's generally like kind of flawed because there's no requirement of proving without a doubt, and like there's this like after 20 or 25 years, it's kind of like I think it's limitations of something about limitations. I can't get it on my head now. So like civilly, like it's kind of like it's not a confirmation of a criminal of a crime. That's my view.
Of course, it's not criminal, but it is civil, and civil is enough to determine that something is true. Do you typically accept the determinations from civil courts?
Typically, yes, but
Okay,
not for this
unless you
case.
have good reason otherwise. What good reason do you not have to not accept it in the case against Trump?
The place it was held in New York.
Yeah, what about
Generally,
it?
that's one of the considerations. Like New York is typically democratic, so that's
Okay,
one point.
but like out of the 9 jurors, every single one of them indicated Trump was liable. All right, which would include independents, conservative-leaning people. There was a person who listened to Tim Pool, who's a Trump supporter, and said that he was a moderate and a centrist, and he was one of the people that was in the case as a juror. So I think that it's pretty obvious that there were people that were what you would deem to be unbiased that still indicated that Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
You have a point there, but generally the location is flawed. Is majority Democrat, so
I don't
you
accept
want to
that
talk
as a
about you
determinant.
want to talk about
I don't accept that as a determination because I think that's just sort of a biased way of not accepting the case and just essentially like not looking into it at all.
I mean, not only that, that's one point, and like the limitations part is to me, in my view, is flawed too. Like if the case is about sexual abuse, I think it should be a non-civil case rather than civil.
You're saying it should be done in criminal. You'd accept if it were, would you accept the felonies against
Yes,
Trump?
yes, definitely.
Okay, so you're saying you just don't
Because
accept it.
it's without a doubt.
You're just saying you don't accept it because it's a civil case. I think civil cases are good at determining this. Now, from your own view, you have to then concede that any undocumented immigrant in the country that has overstayed their visa, you don't accept the determination that they're in the country undocumented because, again, you don't accept the determinations from civil cases.
I already said, like, typically I accept civil cases, but not for this. Like, it's like depends on case to case basis. So with this case, there are too many flaws, and like if you want to talk about like overstaying your visa, that's pretty straightforward. It's different from. That's why I say it shouldn't be a civil case. It should be a criminal. Yeah,
I,
that's just my view.
I understand that you're saying that you'd be more likely to accept in that scenario, but the dispute that you're making there essentially would mean that you don't accept any civil case because you're saying it doesn't meet a high enough standard of evidence. Okay, that wasn't your dispute before, right? Your dispute before was that you don't accept it because you think that it was biased from the jury's perspective. But what I said in response to that was that this even accounts for that because every single person on that jury indicated that, and it would include people who are apolitical, are independent, and Republicans, because there is a portion of New York that is independent, apolitical, and Republican, which would include that if you were just to poll like a random 9 people off the street, that you would get right people that would not really know much about Trump or even have some strong view about Trump that would still have indicated that he sexually abused a woman.
So how I view it is, if you pull like a random 9 people out of a pool of a country that's majority Democrat, to me, I view it as is a flaw.
But
So
everyone, I understand that could be considered a flaw, but every single person on that jury, not only were they vetted by the Trump administration's or Trump jury, or Trump lawyers that were accepting the jurors in the first place, but also they went through a process to be accepted, and it was every single one of them that indicated this. So I just think it's dishonest for you not to accept it from that perspective. But let's assume you do. Let's assume that you don't accept it. Watch this. Do you believe the accusations of the victims against Epstein, the victims that were assaulted by Epstein? Do you believe them in their accusations against Epstein if they got a settlement with the Epstein estate?
if they got settlement, yes,
You do?
most of it. I'm not too familiar with it, to be honest. But
Okay.
if uh,
So did you
the
know that
settlement,
someone who got a settlement with the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump? So that implicates Trump. So if you do believe the accusations they make against Epstein to be true because they got a settlement with the Epstein estate, well, that would then mean you believe the accusation to be true that implicates Trump.
um, what's the case on this? Like they set up with a lady, and the case is about trafficking her to Trump.
Yeah, Look up interviews associated with allegations towards Trump scrubbed by DOJ, NPR investigation.
NPR. So what? I'm not familiar with the case. I'm sorry, but what was the case about?
So this was about the fact that they were assaulted and trafficked by Epstein, right? they got settlement with the Epstein estate, determining that their accusations were credible. And this NPR investigation, it looks over interviews that were scrubbed by the DOJ that we then forced them to release, essentially, which demonstrated that Donald Trump abused this young girl after her being trafficked to him by Epstein, according to the allegations that Jane Doe 4 made, and that was scrubbed by the DOJ. And since you know that Trump tried to
Why was
prevent
it
the
scrubbed?
release of the files, right, it obviously indicates this is a very good reason to believe this to be true. From a very standpoint of the fact that you believe the accusations against Epstein from victims that got settlements with the Epstein estate, then means, logically speaking, that it would implicate Trump. So that's kind of like my point.
I'm not too familiar with this case to comment on it. So if it's true that I'm being straightforward. If it's true that Trump did the girl was trafficked to Trump, I would say he's guilty. But is it because of the statute of limitations that he's not in jail?
Say that one more time, sorry?
So if what you said is true, they settled with an individual that was trafficked to Trump. Why isn't he implicated lawfully?
So there are plenty of individuals that have not been legally implicated within the context of the Epstein files. That doesn't mean that he's not guilty. But
So
I would recommend...
that's a flaw to me. Yeah?
What's
It's
that?
a flaw, right? It's flawed. The law is flawed.
No, that just means that they haven't been held accountable.
Haven't been held accountable yet. You're
Yes.
trying to say that. So it's been quite some time, right? So, and you just said that Trump tried to prevent the release of the files. In my opinion, he's trying to get the files out. Before, like when he was
Really?
campaigning, he was campaigning on getting the files out, right?
Can I ask you a question? Why did he call Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor after she put her name on a petition to release the files?
I saw that he called her a traitor, but I'm not sure of the context of it.
Say it again?
I'm not sure of the context why he called her a traitor. He calls he calls everybody that goes against him a traitor.
No,
So
he called her a
that's
traitor because she wanted the release of the files.
Was that the context of it?
Yes. And she talked about the fact that this was true. And she also talked about the fact that he told her that it's going to hurt his friends.
Gonna hurt his friends. Okay.
Yeah, and he doesn't want it to hurt his friends. And she also said that he purposefully led to the government shutdown to prevent a vote on the Epstein files release. So you should look into those things. I think that would be important, and that might lead to you changing your mind.
Do you disagree that he campaigned on? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you disagree that he campaigned on releasing the Epstein files? I saw
Yeah,
many.
he did, but I'm
campaigns
saying
that
he's violated that campaign promise.
Okay, but if it's done first principles view, right? If he has done something wrong with Epstein, why would he campaign on it? Just
Well,
logically.
actually, he technically didn't bring it up first. Like, someone brought it up in response to with him, asked him if he would release the JFK files, release the MLK files, and then asked about the Epstein files. And Trump kind of was tripping on him on his words there, and he inevitably said yes, because I felt like he felt pushed into it, and that inevitably kind of made it a point or a centerpiece of his campaign was to release those files. Oh, they left. Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
September.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I think I'm in support of a monarchy, so I think that Trump.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen. I feel like they're trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
How old are you?
20,
What's your birth year?
2005,
And what month?
November.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump? Okay, they left anyway. They are probably a fetus. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List in the TikTok screen as always, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Yeah, hi Parker. I'm about 48.
And do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Let's get this next individual up here. Do just give us a second, everybody. We are trying to get the next person. Do give us a second. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
I'm in.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
40.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
1986.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I think he just makes better decisions than Harris.
Okay, what better decisions?
All right. Let's see. I'm going to go with how people react to how the country is currently doing. Right now, it's not good because of the gas prices, but I'm not worried about that. I'm more concerned how things are going to turn out in the future. So if I look at the past, let's say when he was president in the beginning, then he's done better than how Biden did.
Okay,
right? And I know you're talking about Harris. Yeah, go ahead.
On what points has he done better?
Not having illegals in the country. I feel that the economy is better overall, except for right now it's not.
So the economy is better, but now it's not.
Right at the moment, yes, because of the gas prices.
Not just because of gas prices. Every metric in the economy is worse off since Trump got in office.
All right. That's not a reason for me to not vote for Trump.
That's got better off since Trump got in office?
No, I don't have anything in front of me, but if you want to give me some time, I could probably look it up.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right.
All right. In the meantime, while he tries to look that up, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Margaret, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Margaret. Always good to see you. Alice, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy birthday to Victoria. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, as well as Amy. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, give them a second. Give the guest a second. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes if we possibly can here on the YouTube. I don't know what's going on with today. Apparently, like, the YouTube is working weird with the algorithm and with the audio, and then same thing with TikTok a little bit, I think. Marianne, thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Happy Mother's Day to you in Sydney. Of course. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to all the moms for Mother's Day, of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Marianne. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Sharky,
All
thank you
right,
for the
I'm
€2.
ready
Thank
if
you
you're
very
ready.
much. What's up?
Oh, I was just saying I was ready if you're ready.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm just going over. I'm not gonna sit here and give you all the facts, but just border crossings and immigration appear lower. Inflation has cooled. Real wages slightly increased. I'm just reading this, if that's okay. GDP growth remains positive, and some government and conservative aligned sources argue deregulation and immigration enforcement improved. So, go ahead.
Okay, so wages have not increased proportionally to a higher extent. Inflation has increased to a higher extent, and it's higher because of Trump's tariff policy than what it would have been otherwise. According to a Federal Reserve report, we would have been below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place. And then plus the GDP growth is lower. Just because it stayed positive does not mean that like it's just as good, right? It's worse since Trump got in office, and there have been multiple quarters of negative growth.
Okay.
Or
So,
low
I
growth as
mean,
well.
based on the information you're giving me, do you think I should be voting for Harris? I should have voted for Harris?
Well, yes, I think that practically every metric of the economy is worse off since Trump got in office because of his war with Iran and because of the tariffs that he imposed. Yeah. If you care about the
But
economy.
why doesn't it feel that way? Why does it feel like had we have chosen Harris, it would have been the same as if Biden would have been in office, maybe even
Because
worse?
you don't understand the economy. And you don't
If
understand
I
that
don't
that
understand the
Biden didn't
economy, then
cause
why do I
the
have a
you don't
business?
understand that the Biden caused the economy to be that way. You said why do I have a business if I understand the economy? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, if I don't understand the
You having a
economy, how
business
is
does
it
not
that
mean you understand the economy as it works from a whole basis.
I mean, I think it gives you a pretty good idea that if you can run a business for over 8 years and you stay in business, most people would be out of business.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Most people would be out of business, but that doesn't mean you understand the economy overall from a macro standpoint.
okay, explain it to me how it would have been better if Harris was in office.
Yeah, inflation would have been better off because Donald Trump imposed tariffs, which have caused prices to go up. Again, we would have been pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed those tariffs in the first place, according to a Federal Reserve report, which means the Federal Reserve would have been able to bring down interest rates, which would stimulate investment to a greater extent. We would have continued democratic policies, increasing the level of investment, which would have brought back more jobs to this country and increased job growth. Both of those facts would be significantly better for job growth. We'd also have better inflation because of that, which would perpetuate better conditions for real GDP growth and real median wage growth, because we wouldn't have had a decline because of the tariffs imposed for either of those. So basically every metric of the economy would be better off if Harris were in office because of those facts.
I mean, in a sense, you're speaking theoretics, but let's talk honestly. I mean,
Theoretical,
everybody,
we're
all
talking
the
about what
other
it would have been otherwise, of course.
right. So all the other presidents have been doing the exact same thing for so many years. Trump is changing it where instead of he's trying to get us to not pay income tax in the future. Obviously, right now it's not that way, but everything takes time. So if we keep charging tariffs and we correct it, everything obviously is going to take time to correct itself, right? I mean, when you first start doing something, like we had that whole incident where they went to court and now we got to pay all the money back for some of the tariffs. But over time, as things get corrected, it's going to be better off for the people because now we're getting money from out of the country instead of from the people.
Tariffs are paid mostly by American consumers. According to the Kiel Institute, 96% of tariffs are paid by the U.S., mostly by consumers. So this whole idea that you have that other countries are paying the tariffs is a lie that Donald Trump has perpetuated and brainwashed you into believing. That is a complete lie, right? Most of the tariffs are paid by U.S. consumers.
All right, hold on.
Which then disproportionately affects lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So really, it's just shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are disproportionately lower income. Because income tax is progressive. If you decrease income tax the same for everybody, it disproportionately, in terms of revenue, will go to the top and richest Americans. Because that's how income taxes are set up in terms of the progressive nature. And if you get rid of those income taxes and you replace them with tariffs, like a reduced income tax, replace it with a percentage tariff, well, what that does is just shifts the burden of taxation, because tariffs disproportionately come from lower and middle income individuals because, again, they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods because of cost of living. Cost of living makes up a greater percentage of their overall income comparative to a person who's rich. Cost of living for them makes up a lower percentage of their income.
Okay, so me just doing my research here, right? I put, how do tariffs benefit the people? Number one, it protects domestic jobs. It encourages companies to manufacture in the US, increases government revenue, and it helps new and weak industries grow. Also, it does help trade negotiations leverage. So, I mean, again, it's going to benefit us over time. Right now, it looks like it's not going to benefit us, but it's going to help the country and the people have a better lifestyle. I don't think that have we chosen Harris, we would not have a better lifestyle. We would have a bunch of immigrants coming into the country doing whatever they want. And now you're probably going to tell me, oh, but immigrants doesn't help or doesn't hurt us. But I don't think you understand the economy.
So I know that they're good for the economy because I can send you a study from the Cato Institute that indicates they decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years. According to the National Bureau of Economic Research, they've led to an increase in wages over the past 30 years for natural-born U.S. citizens, and an increase in employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens, meaning that it's benefited them from both of those respects. So they're beneficial to our economy. This idea that you have that they're negative to our economy is just a lie and is false, and again, propaganda.
Well, I mean,
And then also, I wanted to address your other points. Since Donald Trump has imposed the tariffs, we've seen declines in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration so far. And again, the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with all the metrics that you're using there. I mean, they're probably true, and they're probably not true, or they could be biased. All I'm going to go by is how it's made the people feel around me, including myself. You know, when Trump was president, what years was he president? I don't remember it off the top of my head, but the first time he was president, you know, I noticed the economy was doing great. Everybody's money was doing better. Families were doing better. And then we got Biden, and everything just seemed terrible. So we just go by how that felt and what people feel. And you notice that everybody else around you is doing really good. And then when another president is president, they're just doing really bad. I mean, how can you not look at that and be like, I would definitely want Trump to be president again? Like, why would you not want that again?
Yeah, because Trump did make the economy better off. The trend that was good under the Trump's first administration for the economy was a trend that existed from Obama's economy, not something that he generated into existence. There's no policy you can point to that he actually engaged in that actually legitimately benefited the average American more than it's benefited the rich. There's absolutely nothing that you'd be able to point to. So like I don't know why you'd continue to reference that when, again, Trump's made things worse off in terms of the economy, and practically every metric you can mention, even the ones that you mentioned would be beneficial in terms of tariffs, have become worse off because Donald Trump's policies overall. Now, targeted tariffs have been effective at addressing these things, but universalized tariffs were clearly not effective in addressing that, especially since they were put in place by the executive branch, not the legislative. So they're not long-term.
Okay, so you feel personally that Biden did a great job?
Biden did a better job than Trump. Not even close. Biden's economic policy is leagues better than Trump's. Not even close. Trump has atrocious economic policy.
That's not what I saw with my eyes and my experience in my life. Like, I did not experience.
I understand, but like that's not how you make that analysis. You have to look at overall impacts in terms of the overall economy and what the administrations did to cause those things. Not just say, oh, I'm just going to attribute it to them because I feel like it.
I mean, if you could look around your city and around your country and all the bad things that were happening when Biden was president, I mean, I think I could attribute that to deciding, okay, I never want to have that again. And I'm pretty sure that the majority of the
What did
population
Biden do
felt the
that was
same
bad?
way. I mean, he was not even controlling the states, right? Like, you heard so much negative things happening when he was in office,
So what did
with
he do
people
that was
killing
bad?
people and immigrants killing people. Well,
What
for
did he
one,
do
I
that was
mean,
bad?
he allowed so many immigrants to come into the country without like stopping it. Like, he didn't even care to stop it.
Okay, so what policy did he pass that allowed for more undocumented immigrants to come into our country?
I have no idea. What was it?
Okay, well then how can you claim he did that?
I mean, so you're saying that wasn't on the news, that he was letting all the
Yeah,
immigrants
it was on the
into the
news,
country?
but what did he do to cause that? If not, it was just fake news, fake media.
It's not fake news. It actually
Then provide
happened.
an
I
actual
mean,
reason that justifies your point.
so how was it that Trump was able to stop it from people coming into the country illegally?
How was Trump able to stop this? Well, I think he
Yeah,
just
I
made it.
mean,
I just think he created conditions where less people want to come to our country because the fact that our country is obviously in more shambles, right? And our country isn't as desirable to go to.
so you're saying that Trump made
Less people desire to
conditions.
come to our country. Like the argument that conservatives make against California is, oh, people are leaving California. But then the argument they make is that, oh, too many people are coming under the Biden administration. Well, based upon conservatives' argument about California, that means the country is better off. Right? Like, because think about
That's a
it this
good
way:
one.
more people want to come to the country under the Democrats' administration because the country's actually a good place to live. Under the context of of Republicans' administrations, the country's not as good. We've got racial profiling. We've got murdering of U.S. citizens in broad daylight. The administration defending it. We've got an administration that's defending P3DOs and not releasing all of the Epstein files, even though they're legally obligated to do so. We have an administration that's starting war with Iran, creating worse off conditions within our country in terms of gas prices and around the entire world, by the way, right? Making worse off conditions in terms of job growth. His policies aren't positively impacting us.
Parker, I mean, that's a nice way to look at it, but I don't think the reason the immigrants stopped coming to our country is because they don't want to be here. If they could be here, they would love to be here. I don't care how bad you think it is here. If you go to an actual third world country, it's horrible everywhere else. So every immigrant
It's
that
not
they
horrible
would love to
everywhere
be
else,
here.
but I also just want you to acknowledge that less people want to come to our country because it's not as good as what it was. Because Donald Trump is
I
making
mean,
conditions worse. That's just a fact.
I don't
It's not
think that's
just
a fact.
true
I
in
think it's your
terms.
opinion.
It's not just true in terms of that. It's also true in terms of tourism. Explain to me why tourism's less.
Listen, I actually
Explain that
know
one.
a
I'm serious.
lot of
Explain that.
immigrants.
Why is there less tourism now that Trump got in office?
No, I don't want to do that because I want to focus on the fact that you're
Why
not
is
telling the
there
truth.
less tourism now that Trump is in office?
I don't research the tourism.
Because
I just
less
want to,
people want to come to our country. That's why.
or they just can't come because he has so many policies that doesn't just allow people to travel. And the
What
fact is,
policies prevent tourism?
okay, but why did Biden allow people to just come into our
He
country
didn't.
and not
What
stop
policy
them?
did he
Yes,
pass
he
to do that? If you
did.
don't know, then you're just making it up. That's a
I'm not
complete
making it
lie.
up.
I'm
You
sorry.
can
I'm
literally
sorry.
go look it
You've
up
been
right now.
propagandized and misled by Trump because he's trying to fearmonger you by using immigrants. Like literally, that's all he's doing. Immigrants coming to our
No.
society makes it better, does not make it worse. Right? Your whole argument
Look,
here is
all
ridiculous.
your people watching right now, they can go right now online and look it up and see that how many people Biden allowed into the
Yeah, but
country,
what did he do to
and
cause
why
that?
didn't he stop it? Why
What did
didn't
he?
he stop
Okay,
it?
so there was a bipartisan border bill that Democrats wanted to get passed. Why did that not get passed? Because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill.
Listen, just like Trump was like, listen, I'm going to send all the people to stop the immigrants from coming.
Stephanie, thank
Biden
you for
could
the
have done.
$100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now for 1 gallon of gas under Trump? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Stephanie. Thank you for the $100 on Venmo for 1 gallon of gas under Trump. Thank you so much.
Hey, good job. Good job. I'm glad you didn't.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm sorry. I had to see that because it was really funny. Because gas prices have gone up because of Trump starting a war with Iran.
Let me know when I can keep talking.
No, you can go for it. You can respond.
Oh, okay. Anyways, long story short, I mean, we're not going to keep talking about immigration, but You know, Biden could have stopped it. He didn't, and he allowed everybody to just come in this country, and probably because he was trying to get some free votes, you know, for him to be in office
Undocumented
again.
immigrants can't vote. So can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
How did that
tell me.
negatively impact your life materially?
Which one, the immigrants or what?
Yeah, under Biden's administration, immigrants coming to our country. How did that negatively impact your life materially?
Materially, honestly, it doesn't. Like, I never got affected because nobody tried to murder me. But I mean, there are other people that did get murdered in that process.
Or repeat that one more time.
I said it didn't like affect me because I'm the type of person that stays indoors, so it didn't really affect me. And then for my business, it kind of does help me, but I'm
Okay,
not
wait. So
talking
to
about that.
clarify, you haven't been negatively impacted by immigrants at all, and yet you're saying for some reason you think that it was so horrible for our country. How was it horrible for our country? What negative impact did it have on our country as a whole?
Why do you? Well, let me ask you this: why do you think countries don't allow illegal immigrants? What's the purpose of that?
Well, I think that there is a process for immigration of you want certain people in your country, you don't want others, and you need a process to
Why?
ensure that people who are violent criminals or serious offenders aren't allowed into your country, which I think the best
Okay.
process to ensure that is by making the legal process go quicker and by
Right.
providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent or serious crime.
Okay. So why can't we just do it that way with everybody else? Why did he allow everybody to just walk into our country?
How many more times do I have to say this? He did not do that.
He didn't stop it.
I'm
though.
advocating for
So
different.
in a sense,
He did.
if you see evil happening and
He
you
did.
don't stop it, then you are part of evil.
Are you Christian?
I am Christian, yes.
Okay, does God allow for evil?
Absolutely.
Does God stop that evil?
No.
No. So then is God complicit or evil because he allows for that?
No.
So you just contradicted yourself.
Yes,
No.
but
You're
we're
real
not talking about
silent now
God. We're,
there.
we're
Your
talking
argument.
we're talking about Biden. We're not talking about God.
Okay, but that's obviously an analysis that you're going to make from a moral perspective. So you made a moral claim, and I showed you how you contradicted yourself immediately. Acknowledge that you were wrong.
Aside from more, okay, I acknowledge that you're correct on that part of the argument, but I don't agree that just because he didn't stop it, he wasn't doing something evil.
I have
It
a
was
question.
hurting our
Would
people
you,
in a sense.
If Jesus came to our country undocumented, would you deport him?
Why would I do that? You know I wouldn't do that. So that's
wait.
a
Why
irrelevant
not?
question.
Why not? He came to the country undocumented.
Because he's Jesus. He's not an illegal immigrant.
But if he came to the country undocumented, he would be an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, but you're talking about Jesus.
Would you ask Jesus to go through the legal process before he can come into the country?
You know I'm gonna say no. It's Jesus.
Okay. So because there's gonna be no negative impact on your country otherwise, right?
Well, why would I be negatively impacted by Jesus Christ?
Exactly. So if we provide, you just got civic and election integrity somehow, a violation for that.
Okay.
Okay, well, the point that I was going to make is that if he doesn't think that they should be deported in that context, well, then you can claim that, again, if undocumented immigrants provide them a pathway to citizenship, if they haven't committed a violent or serious crime, wouldn't lead to any negative impacts on our society, that's the option we should do in the same way that it would make sense to do that for Jesus. BB, thank you so much for the 20 pounds. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, immigration is an incredibly important part of our culture. I don't know why they don't acknowledge that. Darsol, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think actually, you know what it is? It's because MAGA is anti-American, right? Like anything American, there's going to fundamentally undermine, right? Whether it be the Constitution, immigration is a core fundamental basis of our culture, right? Etc. Like there are just countless ways that they constantly try to be anti-American fundamental characteristics, anti-American within the very, very core. You know what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh my god, there was some fucking donation that someone sent saying that I was a Mossad agent getting intelligence for the Israeli government. Yeah, so please explain to me why or how I could be a part of Mossad while claiming that Israel's committing a genocide and is a ethno-supremacist state. I don't understand how the Mossad would allow me to do that one. That's interesting. Like, the Mossad is allowing me to say that Israel's a genocidal ethno state that's committing apartheid. What? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. That was the craziest thing I've seen all day. Sammy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dining. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. As always, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Could you hear me out for 10 seconds? Okay, I don't support Trump, but can you just...
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. I'm trying everyone. I do apologize. Alrighty, do give us a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, let's just go to the next person. I feel like they're trolling, so let's just go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Unitary executive theory, Parker.
You're horrible. Justina, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it for Happy Gummy Saturday. Thank you very much. And Celise, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Could be some W's for Celise as well in the comment section right now for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much to Justina and Celise. Celise, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
I did,
Okay, you don't anymore?
but I really think all politics is bullshit. Both sides, they're all.
Okay, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18 years old.
Do you
How
support
are
Trump?
you? No, I don't.
Okay, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. We seemingly don't have any debates right now. There's a lot of trolls in the box. Not a lot of debates. It does seem like we have like a little bit of a, like I feel like we have a restriction on the stream. Like I feel like it's been stuck. Like, is that just me? Should we hit a restart? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Here on TikTok. Melissa, think of the hand heart. Yeah, should we do a restart? All right, okay, we're going to do that. We're going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. Okay, we'll be right back, everyone. Just give us like 30 seconds. Just click the profile picture. In the top left, click the profile picture again, and then you can just refresh, and you'll be right back in. I'll be right back, everyone. Give me a second, everybody. Alrighty, give us a second. If you're on YouTube here, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up. Alrighty. Start it up again. There we are, there we are. Alrighty, we are good now. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get going on the debates. If you're on YouTube again, tap that screen, or hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We're going to get the debates up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let me get everything set up and going. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty, let's get everything going. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a faggot.
You're disgusting. Let's get the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hit a blinker. Hit a blinker. Hit a blinker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'll make a bet with you, Baka.
I remember them. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
93 Malek Drive, Hanover.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Why do you eat meat? You kill animals.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Why do you eat animals, bro? That's not cool.
Can you answer my question?
Nah, fuck Trump. I don't like that guy. That guy's a...
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria, listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Such a bitch ass, a ugly ass nigga.
Only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria on the screen, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Hizzle, thank you so much for the manifesting. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What up?
How old are you?
39.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank. Then we can move on to our conversation. Natalie, thank you so much for the $2.60. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I totally
And
get
thanks
you
for
there.
putting me
Thank you
on,
very
bro. I
much.
appreciate you.
Of course. As well as Harold, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Harold. Comment section as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Harold. Thank you. I have some people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat, and then we can continue on with the conversation we've got there. Actually, I do have Tilo. Thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Let me go over to YouTube Super Chat, make sure I'm caught up completely there. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It'll help get out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it. As well as Jocelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Darshall, think of the $5. Marianne, think of the $5. Thank you very much. Michael, think of the $2. Paul, thank you so much for the £2 as well. Alrighty, I'm fully caught up. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I like that he's a man of his word, and he doesn't back down. And when he's genuinely, interested in something and decides to go through, like I said, go through with something, he actually stands behind his word and takes action. It's not just a bunch of fluff on the radio or social media or anything like that.
Okay, so no new
And
wars?
I'm
He's
not
gonna release
really
the
into
Epstein
that.
files. He's gonna repeal and replace the ACA. He's gonna end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He's gonna build a big wall like you've never seen before. I can go into a million things. He's
Right.
gone
I
back
mean,
on a million things that he said he would do. He said he would reduce energy prices by 50% within a year. Has that happened for you?
no.
Okay, so when is he gonna do these things?
Right. I don't fully support him in everything. As a general president, I feel like he's a lot better than Biden and like the Clintons, for example.
Okay, why?
I'm not saying he's perfect. Nobody's perfect. But I just feel like under Biden, nothing literally happened, and we were way off from where we needed to be.
Okay, so what did he do that caused it to be worse under Biden?
I guess I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, so then why do you attribute anything to Biden to say that things have been worse because of him, or anything to Trump to say that he's made things better if you don't know?
Well, the whole Biden thing, not being able to physically stand for yourself and then, using the auto pen, that's kind of a joke. I don't feel like that was professional at all. And then if we bring someone into presidency that couldn't handle his job obligations, then he should have never became president in the first place. And then a really weak standpoint from
You're
his
saying
vice
Joe
president,
Biden?
Kamala Harris.
I
Yeah.
think that Joe Biden specifically couldn't run for president, but he could fulfill his obligations as president, along with the fact that Donald Trump, I would say, is in a worse situation of cognitive decline than Biden ever was. Trump has used
Really?
AutoPen. Trump used AutoPen for pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers after he called them patriots.
Okay.
So, like, at what point are you willing to say that, like, Trump had more cognitive decline, Trump has more issues? I can give countless examples of that being true. He said if the climate's going to start cooling, science just doesn't know it yet. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden. I can give up countless examples of Donald Trump saying the most delusional things. He said that he drinks Diet Coke because it kills grass, which means it kills cancer. He said
The other
there's
thing is
freshly
too, you got to
squeezed
remember
orange juice and Fanta.
he's an entertainer, and he's literally like a super troll as far as the internet goes.
Sir, he's president
And
of the United States. He's not a comedian. He's not a jokester. This is not a time to be jester maxing, my guy. This is a time for him to be president of the United States and for him to be
right, but as
professional.
far as Jester maxing, he's one of the most talked about people on earth because of what he's doing. Everything's with intent, and there's a team behind it. Versus you have Biden who couldn't speak for 2
Then
hours
why
on a
are they
debate because he
so then
wasn't.
why are they dropping a picture of him as God? Why are they dropping a
It's
picture depicting Michelle and Barack Obama as apes? Why is he calling for
it's
the
all to
execution
troll
of
the
some
internet.
Democrats because they said to follow the
For
law and to not
attention.
follow unlawful orders? You say it's for
It's
attention. All of those things are
yes,
bad. These things aren't good.
it's not bad. Why is it bad? It's bad because people don't like it. People are always going to have their opinion. But if you want to stay relevant and in front of the camera, it's good publicity or bad publicity. It's all good because you stay top of mind.
That's not good. I don't want my president of the United States doing things that are bad for attention. That's ridiculous. You're president. You can get the attention through a national address to the nation. That's literally how presidents are supposed to get your attention.
Yeah, but
Not
you
by
could
rage baiting them on
address the
social
nation
media.
where most people wouldn't
Do you think it's
watch, but if you
professional
troll
to,
the internet,
do you think it's
everybody's going to pay
do you think
attention.
it's professional to have a president who does stuff like this? Do you think it's okay to have a president that does stuff like this?
Would it
That
be
posts
okay for would it be okay for a CEO of a corporation to do the same thing? Or is that bad as
no.
well?
Actually, we wouldn't accept this in a corporation. Obviously not. It would reduce the profitability of a business. Everyone would be like, no, this person cannot be. They would be fired, dude. Okay? So I don't know why you tried to use that as an example. Now, can you answer my question?
What was the question?
Okay, how about this? I'll phrase it different. Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman be a gym teacher?
No.
Okay. So then why would you put harsher qualifications on becoming a gym teacher than to become president of the United States of America?
So are you saying that he's guilty or not guilty? I don't understand
He's
where
guilty.
you're
He's been
trying to go
held
with this.
civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. So if you think that someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman is not qualified to be a gym teacher, then what makes you think that they're qualified to be president? Because I would typically think that a gym teacher would need less qualifications than president of the United States. They left. What's up with Trump supporters running away recently, dude? What's going on, bro? What is going on? Let's go on to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates. Mar, thank you for the hand arts. Thank you very much. Theo, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I do not, actually. I'm sorry. But thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Brittany, thank you so much for $31 on Venmo. Thank you so much because I destroy MAGA. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Brittany in the comment section right now for the $31 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. I have heard you say a few times that you said the unemployment rate has been the highest it's been in like a lot, like in, I guess in a long time.
No, that's not what I said. I said
Or
unemployment
you
has
said something
increased.
about
We've seen the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years since Trump got in office. We've seen
right.
decreases in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration.
Right. It's not the president's job to, tell people go and apply. I mean, there's plenty. I mean, regardless of what you say, there's always jobs that are hiring. It's not the president's job to make people get out of their bed every single morning and go look for a job. Anybody can do it. I mean,
No, but
I
his
feel like that's
policies
just a bunch of
reduce the amount of
excuses.
jobs that exist.
I mean, what kind of jobs? I mean, because if you're talking about federal jobs, that's different. I mean, not everybody has to work a federal job. There's a lot
No,
of fast
not,
food jobs that
sir.
people can get out there.
It's not just federal jobs. It's because of his tariff policy that has caused inflation to go up, caused the manufacturing of products, all right, and manufacturing investment to go down, and job growth to go down.
Right.
So
So you're
these jobs
saying
would have existed otherwise if Donald Trump never imposed these tariffs and never
so
started
you're
this war with
saying that
Iran.
companies so you're saying that companies are going bankrupt because of the war with Iran, and that's why they're not
And
getting
because of
hired.
tariffs, yeah.
Yeah, see, I feel like that's just a bunch of excuses. I live in Dallas, Texas. We have a lot of jobs out here hiring right now.
Okay. And there was better job growth when Democrats were in office, and there would be better job growth if Kamala Harris were in office as opposed to Donald Trump because of the fact that inflation wouldn't be as high, which means that the Federal Reserve could reduce interest rates, which would stimulate investment. Plus, they also had policies like the
Okay,
Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, things that invested here at home and built up jobs here in this country.
okay, but the tariffs are not affecting McDonald's, Taco Bell, or anything like that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to justify that there's less jobs available under the Trump administration
That's a
because
fact, yeah.
of the tariffs. But I'm trying to tell you that the tariffs don't affect McDonald's. The tariffs doesn't affect Walmart. The tariffs
The tariffs
doesn't
do
affect.
affect
Yeah,
these
it,
companies.
it,
I just explained how, because they
it,
cause inflation to go up, which reduces the level of investment because it causes the Federal Reserve to not be able to reduce interest rates as much, which, by the way, does impact those larger companies. And just because it doesn't impact the largest companies as much as it impacts the smallest companies doesn't mean that it's not important to look at. Actually, I would argue that means it's more important to look at.
I don't think I'm going to get through to you. So the people that are getting laid off can obviously get something else. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Yes, they might have to take a little pay cut. It might be something under their pay grade, but there is jobs available.
Wait, so it's
There
worse
is
off for
jobs
them.
available.
So that's worse off for them. They have less
It's
options. Why wouldn't you want more job options than less?
right, but like we don't live in a perfect world, mate. Like
We don't need to live in a perfect world. We live in a worse world
even
because
even
Trump
if we
got in office.
even if we had a Democrat president, there would still be negatives that would impact the nation. I mean,
But less than there are now.
that don't really mean.
Less than there are now. That's just a fact.
Yeah. All right, man. You have a good one.
Wait, are you going to run away because I'm demonstrating that you're wrong? Yeah, he ran away. Look, another Trump supporter bites the dust. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
14. But let me.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Lil, thank you so much. I appreciate the club victory. Thank you, thank you. Let's get on this next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Hour.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, hit 12 blinkers with me.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you're here on TikTok, everyone keep tapping that screen. It helps push it up to more people. Let's get this next person up here quick. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, not a coward, send a guest request. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah, DJ. Hey, thank God I got you today. You know what? I'm a Democrat, but I'm not a Trump.
Oh, okay. They said they're a Democrat. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Trump's up to
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. 45. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, and do you support Trump?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, there are multiple reasons as to why I support Trump. Primarily, though, I support my party, and the leader of that party is currently Trump. But I would say Executive Order, I think it was 14168, was one of the things that I was on board with initially.
Initially, are you still on board with?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And how are you on board with that?
14168 specifically was talking about biology being immutable, and there are only two sexes. I think that as a father, and also let me just be transparent really quick. I'm at a slight handicap because I have my 2-year-old currently on my chest, trying to put him to sleep. He was supposed to be in bed, but anyway, so I'm slightly distracted. But no, as a father, I would say some of the things that I saw starting even prior to the Biden administration. When during Trump's first administration, I started seeing certain things that, as a parent, raised some red flags, and I think I've talked to Dean about this before, and you were on the panel with Dean. But I mentioned that one of my friends, he's in Crozet, Virginia. His 11-year-old at the time, this was in I want to say it was 2020 or 2021, if I remember correctly, came home from school one day, and she decided to tell her parents that she was non-binary. And come to find out, so my friend is a computer programmer. He went to Cornell in Ithaca, but anyway, that's not really neither here nor there. But he hacked into her school computer, found out that her homeroom teacher was part of what's called GSA, and was essentially telling the children that she was a safe place to.
So let me just clarify. The person you're referencing committed a federal crime.
Sure. The teacher,
So
however,
you're literally describing how someone committed a federal crime to be able to find information about their kid by hacking onto school servers to be able to find
into
this
her personal
information.
computer.
And what was
No,
the information?
it wasn't school servers. It was into her personal computer, but the teacher for her homeroom was sending emails directly to a group of individuals in their homeroom saying that they could talk about their sexual preferences to her, and without the knowledge of parents, and specifically said that they did
You
not
mean
have
like
to
if
tell
they're
the
gay,
parents.
they can have support from someone because
No,
parents can be homophobic?
no, talking about like their genders, as far as
Gender and sexual preference are
binary,
two different
non-binary,
things.
things like that.
So you can
I'm
talk
sorry, go
about
ahead.
being non-binary. So she said, "I'm a safe space if you want to talk to me about you being non-binary." Wow, dude, that's
Well,
a W teacher right there.
The issue, according to you,
What's
the
wrong with the
issue,
teacher saying that they're a safe space if you want to
because the
talk about how
teacher's
you're
not the parent,
non-binary?
first and foremost.
What's up?
Because the teacher's not the parent. The teacher should not have parental authority over a child.
But that's not parental
by
authority
any-
over a
by-
child. That's just saying they're a safe space you can go to talk to them. That's what a
No,
teacher
but what the
should
teacher
do.
was doing was undermining the parents' authority by going behind the parents' back, telling the children that they did not have to tell the parents what they talked about specifically, without informing the parents.
Yeah,
There was
that's
no
totally
parental
fine.
consent there. That's illegal.
There
No,
are
in Virginia, that's not legal.
Okay,
That's
how
why
is
she was
it
fired.
illegal? How is it illegal to say that, like, to say
Because
specifically?
because without signing up for sexual education classes in Virginia, a teacher's
That's not
not
sex ed.
authorized to have sexual conversations
That's
with,
not sexual
with
conversations.
minors
You're talking
without
about
parental
gender.
consent.
You're talking about gender.
Well, they were talking about sexual ideology
Wait,
as a whole.
gender is wait. What do you mean sexual ideology? What does that mean?
So they were talking about their sexual preferences.
Wait,
They were talking about
gender or sexual preference. Which one?
both. All
Okay,
of
so
the above, gender
so
as
when you
well
say
as sexual
sexual
preferences.
preference, you just mean like, oh, like we want to limit people who are gay from being bullied. That's it. And like I won't tell your parents that you're gay.
No, the fact that she was part of a NGO with GSA, and then also was literally telling the children that they could talk about like what their sexual identity was, what their preferences were,
What do you
and
mean
then
by sexual
also
identity?
said
Do you mean being gay or being bisexual?
what they identify as. If they identify as a male, female, if
That's
they
not a
identify
sexual
as trans, if
preference.
they
Dude,
identify
that is not a
as
sexual
as
preference.
a furry,
Not a sexual preference. What are you
as
talking
well
about?
as
Why are you
sexual preferences.
Why are you saying talking about your gender is a sexual preference? Do you know the difference
I'm
between
not.
gender and
I'm not
sexuality?
conflating. I'm not conflating the two. What I'm saying is, and also, let me clarify, sexual preferences and also gender
Okay, so
identification.
when they were, and I am asking you, when they talk about sexual preference, what are they specifically saying?
I don't know the extent of the conversations, but I do know in this instance that the girl came home saying that she was, non-binary. She had,
Okay, what's wrong with that?
based off of what the parents told me. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What's wrong with that? They were already non-binary already.
No, they
The
weren't.
school
She
didn't
she
cause
had
them to be non-binary.
she was 11 years old and she had no idea what she was even talking about up until she started going to this public school where this teacher started essentially grooming the children, and that's exactly
That's
what was
not
happening.
grooming children, okay?
Kind of
And
is.
if they want to figure
Well,
out,
based on your perspective, maybe it's not.
it's definitely not grooming children. Like you are being
Okay.
so unbelievably ridiculous when you by the way, when you say grooming, you know what type of allegation you're making towards someone? You're claiming
Yeah,
that she's
I do.
engaging
That's
in
a predator. She's
Yeah,
a
you think
predator.
okay,
The
you think that
teacher
she's
was
a
a predator, and that's why she was
because
fired.
so by the way, you think she's a predator because she said you can literally have a safe space in talking to me if you're gay or if you are non-binary. Like that, come on, you're being
No,
fucking
I'm saying it
ridiculous.
because she went
If you think
behind
that
the
that's a
parents'
crime,
back
if
and
you think that's a
undermined the
violation of something,
parents.
I think you are a maniac. I think you're fucking crazy.
Well, by state law in Virginia, it is.
Okay, I don't know what state law. Tell me what state law.
In Virginia, a teacher
It's
is
not
not
grooming.
allowed to have sexual conversations without parental
When you
consent.
say
That's why
sexual
for sex
conversations,
education.
do you understand there's a distinction between saying specifically, right, like I'm here if you are gay for support for anti-bullying versus
Parker,
having a
did you not hear
sexual
what I said
Can you
previously?
please listen to my full statement without cutting me off? Comparative to having a conversation that is sexual with a child. Do you understand the distinction between those two things?
I do understand. I'm not conflating those two. What I'm saying is, and again, I will reiterate because apparently you did not hear me the first time. She was specifically not just talking about one thing as far as gender. She was talking about sexual preferences, sexual actions, sexual identities,
What things
as well
specifically?
as gender with
What
these
things
children
specifically? 'Cause you
behind the
can't.
parents' back.
What specific
That's
things?
in Virginia. In order to take sex education classes, the parents actually have to approve that. Basically, what
I
she was
understand.
doing is she was giving them sex education without parental consent, which is illegal in Virginia.
Okay, so to clarify, all she was doing was sex education for the classrooms. And do you have a source
But
that
that was
says
not
that?
her prerequisite to do. She was a homeroom teacher. Therefore, that's why parents were highly
Okay,
concerned,
I
and
think
she
that
was fired
you need to tell
for
me what
grooming.
sex ed you're referencing, because if it's literally just like they're saying like, oh, I'm a safe space to come to if you're gay and you have parents that are homophobic or
No,
transphobic
that's not
or
just
whatnot.
it. I've already clarified this.
If
I've
that's not
literally
the
already
conditions,
clarified this, Parker. I know you'd love to defend this, but it's illegal in Virginia to do that. To have sexual conversations with children, with minors, without parental consent, it's not legal to do.
can you give me a
If
source?
she was a
Where
sex
are the criminal
education
charges?
teacher
Where are the
and
criminal
she was
charges?
teaching the
Were they
children
were they
that
criminally
had
charged?
parental consent, it would
Were they
be one
criminally
thing.
charged?
But
Yes
she
or
was
no?
not.
Okay, so then
Yes,
what are you
she
talking
was.
about? Okay, where's the criminal charge?
In Crozet, Virginia. Look it up. I'm sure you can find it online.
Okay. So, why do you keep bringing this up? What's the point of bringing this up if it was something that they went after with the law?
Because I'm going back to what I said with Executive Order 14168, where it was talking about there are only two genders and biology is immutable as far as sex is concerned. Therefore, it made it much more difficult for teachers like this individual to do something like that
Well,
without
you already said that it was.
being
You already said that it was prevented specifically under that
repercussed by the
state
law.
law. So this federal
Yeah,
executive
for
order.
Virginia, but that
So
executive
this
order made it
federal
more
this
difficult
federal
across the
executive
board.
order does nothing to address that. That was state law that you said already addressed that. So the federal executive order had nothing to do with that.
I know, but the federal order, the executive order has made it more difficult. It has hindered the ability for teachers. A lot of teachers, once that executive order, and I'm sure you are already aware of, once that executive order passed, many teachers, public school teachers, just quit.
Okay, I don't see what your point is though. So like I think that you
Because it made it
trying-
more difficult for teachers to go behind parents' backs without their parental consent to talk about
Yeah,
sexual
so
things
I
to
would like to.
children
Can you
or
give me any
minors
source that a bunch of teachers just quit because of that?
all over the internet, dude. Like literally, there were teachers all over TikTok literally posting videos about how they were quitting because they
Okay,
couldn't
so you
talk
saw-
about their
so let me
preferences
just clarify. Let me
in
just
front of
clarify.
children.
This is what's frustrating. You make a generalized claim based on a random fucking TikTok you saw. Do you?
No, it wasn't
do
random.
You
There were-
really
there
need
were-
me
there
to
were
come on here and
multiple-
explain to you how unbelievably stupid that is? Okay.
Okay,
And
so do you want me to
need
give you
actual-
citations?
Please listen to my full statement. That you need actual evidence to substantiate what you're saying, and not just you see a random TikTok and then judge, an entire population based upon that.
Yeah, I'm not generalizing, and I'm not saying
You
I'm
are.
not saying that it's every single teacher. I said many teachers. Again, keyword there, many
That's a
teachers.
generalization.
No, that's all. If I said all teachers versus many, very different. Generalization is assuming it's an entire category or demographic of individuals. I'm not saying that. I said many teachers, not all. Many teachers did make videos on TikTok specifically citing this executive order as to why they were quitting, because they were no longer allowed to discuss sexual preference to minors.
So you think they
I think
framed
that's a
it?
win.
So by the way,
I'm sorry. I know you
so by the
disagree
way,
with that,
you
Parker,
think
but I think that's a good thing.
So you think they framed it as, oh, I wanted to literally talk about having sex with kids, right? And because I couldn't
There
talk
were
about
many
having
teachers
sex
that did, yes.
Can you like fucking listen to an entire statement that I make without cutting me off for 1 second, please? Holy shit. Do you think that they were specifically framing as, oh, I wanted to talk about having sex with kids in terms of with the children, right? Or not, sorry, I can't speak. Having sex with the children, talk about having that conversation with children. And because I couldn't have that conversation with children, that means that then I'm going to then go and I'm going to leave my job. That's what they said?
Are you done? I don't want to interrupt.
Why do you have to act like this? I asked you a question. I said, is that what you're asking? I stopped talking, and then you're going to act like such a child that you're going to ask me if I'm done. You know that I was already done. Why do you have to be so pedantic and a fucking annoying piece of shit like that?
I'm not trying to. I want to make sure that your thought process
Really?
is
You're not
completely
trying to? Like,
clear.
when I completely
No.
stopped talking, it was obvious.
Wasn't
I
don't debate you on a regular basis. I don't know your mannerisms or your temperament. I apologize. I'm not a psychic.
You don't need to be a psychic to realize that I stopped talking.
Well, I've debated against Dean before, and when he stops talking, sometimes he decides to go right back on, and then I get cut off. So I want to make sure if I'm going to have a conversation that's actually somewhat progressive and amicable, then we need to actually make sure that we're completely done.
If I was a teacher, I would quit if I had to deal with parents like you.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't have to because I homeschool, so.
Thankfully. Now, can you make your point?
Yes, thankfully, absolutely. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, many of these teachers, these individual teachers that did post videos that some went viral on TikTok, and again, I'm not saying all, I'm not generalizing. I said many. They did specifically cite that this was one of the reasons why they're quitting, because they felt like they couldn't talk about their own sexual preferences to these children. And I think that's inappropriate. As a parent, I do not think that's appropriate
That's
for
just
a
wait,
teacher to do.
their own
Teacher
sexual
is there to
preferences?
teach
Wait, you just
basic
fucking
metrics.
totally
There's a basic
lied.
metric.
Give me a single account that said that.
Okay, now you're interrupting me.
Wait, give me, yeah, I am. Give me a single account that said that. I'll wait.
Okay, sure. Let me look it up. I can find multiple accounts on TikTok, and it's very simple to do actually, because all I have to do is just go to Libs of TikTok, because she's the one who posts all of the videos. Yes, I know you don't like her. I'm fully aware.
The propaganda outlet on Twitter. Nice job. Go ahead. Go to
It's
Libs of
not
TikTok.
propaganda.
Go
She's just
find your
reposting
propaganda.
videos of other individuals.
Libs of TikTok.
Literally,
is insane.
she's just Well, she's just
cannot believe
reposting
you
videos
just
of
cited
other
them.
individuals.
That's just unbelievable.
Well, because these are actual people that have been fired from their jobs or have quit from their jobs. And some have made national news. Some have not. Point being is it's inappropriate for teachers.
Go find it. I want you to go find it. I don't want to hear the whole propaganda narrative again. I want you to go find the video. I'll look at the video and I'll evaluate it for the video. I don't want to hear your whole propaganda narrative again. I'm good.
Okay. Well, I need a minute to cite it then.
Totally fine.
And remember, I've got a 2-year-old on me, so hold on.
That's okay. Alrighty, and just unmute whenever you're ready. I'll go find someone while you're trying to figure that out. I'll talk to them. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria on the screen, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I think he's a very strong leader, and he has control over the border and prevents illegal immigrants from coming in.
Okay. You said we prevent undocumented immigrants. What were the other ones? Sorry.
That was the main point.
That's it? Okay. How can you name one material benefit that's had on our society?
It stops people from mental institutions and coming in and raping our children.
You know, we already had policies to do that under the Democrats' administration. Can you
No
name
one
me
was
one
following those
Democratic
policies.
policy that allowed for people to come into our country to rape kids?
Of course, there wasn't a policy allowing people to come in to
Okay,
rape
so
our
then why are
kids,
you acting
but
like
there
the
was nothing.
the difference between Democratic and Republican administration's immigration policy is that? So why do you support
Because
Trump's
Trump.
immigration policy over Democrats' administration policy if Democrats' administration's policy also includes going after people who do things like that? And actually, by the way, you voted
Because the
for you
Democrats,
voted for an adjudicated rapist, so that doesn't really seem like you actually care about addressing that or protecting kids.
the Democrats did not enforce their own policies, and Trump is enforcing his policies.
You think that they weren't enforcing them? That makes no sense. When did they instruct the Attorney General to not enforce the law?
They didn't instruct the Attorney General to not
Okay,
enforce
so
the law.
what did they do to prevent the enforcement of the law?
What did they do to stop people from coming in is my question.
No. So they didn't change the policies from Trump's administration? So Trump didn't have the laws set up already to enforce? That makes no sense. What did they do to prevent the enforcement of the law?
They didn't do anything. That's
So-
the problem. They had
So
non-access.
they kept the
and they
same.
let these people come
So
in.
by the way, they didn't do anything. They kept the same enforcement that existed already from Trump's administration. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you're saying Trump didn't do enough.
No, Trump did everything right. It's just that when Biden
Wait,
came
no, he
in,
didn't. You
kept
said he
the
didn't
same
do
exact-
enough. Because
Who?
he said his laws that were put in place to set up by him, enforced in the way he did, the Democrats didn't change that at all, and it was already bad. So you think the policy was bad, that was Trump's, because the Democrats didn't change it at all.
I think
You
the
just
bad
tripped over
policy.
your own feet.
Listen, I think the bad policy is of the Democrats for doing inaction by allowing Trump to let these illegal immigrants in.
Okay. So allowing Trump to, I don't know even know what that's supposed to mean. There's no Democratic policy that allowed undocumented immigrants into the country. You're just like saying this. You're just like saying things. You saying it doesn't make it true.
Wait. I'm sorry, Parker. I got a little confused. Can you
when you
repeat
are.
what you said?
Yeah, there's no democratic immigration policy that allows for undocumented immigrants to stay in the country. They still advocated to criminalize undocumented entry. Their policy still went after undocumented immigrants and proportionally went after those that have committed violent and serious offenses to a greater extent proportionally comparative to Donald Trump in terms of his immigration policy. Plus, Donald Trump's immigration policy violates due process rights to a greater extent.
Okay. Parker, I'm going to be honest. I'm not fully understanding what you're saying, and that just might be because I'm confusing myself here. I still agree with what I've said, but I don't think I'm smart enough to enunciate that in a proper manner.
Okay, what part of what I just said doesn't make sense?
Well, I feel like you're talking fast, and it might just be because I can't process what you're saying.
Okay, then just tell me, and I'll repeat what you want me to. What did you not hear or understand, and I'll repeat it.
Basically, the whole thing.
Okay. Alrighty.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
They're trolling. Did you find your source?
Yeah, I found a few different sources. There's individuals, and I'll give you the actual URLs or at least the title so you can look them up. But Tennessee, Florida, there's quite a few different individuals. But
What's the title?
real life examples. It's cited from Southern Equality, and let me give you the actual
title.
It's southernequality.org. And hold on, I'm pulling up the title. Also, can you just, and I'm not trying to be pretentious here, Parker, because I appreciate, the dialogue that we have. We've had discussions in the past. This is just something that, as a parent, that I'm passionate about and I'm concerned about. Southernequality.org. It's Tennessee teacher leaves profession over anti-LGBTQ plus policies, and it references in there that the individual is Tennessee teacher leaves profession over anti-LGBTQ plus policies. It's from March 8, 2024. And author is Cecil Robinson.
Okay, from Southern Equality.
Yeah, southernequality.org.
Okay. Alrighty. And the policy they mentioned is what?
So hold on, let me go back into it. I apologize.
Yeah, it says a recent wave of legislation that intends to restrict teachers' ability to create a welcoming environment for LGBTQ plus students, put these important student-teacher relationships at risk. States across the country have passed a Don't Say LGBTQ plus curriculum restriction laws, which restrict or ban mention of LGBTQ plus identity in school curriculum, curricular materials, and even school library books. Many quote-unquote Don't Say LGBTQ plus laws, like SB 49 in North Carolina, force school staff to out trans students by telling parents of a change in their name or pronouns. This forced outing is incredibly harmful, as some students may feel safe and ready to come out at school, but not at home. 7 states already have Don't Say LGBTQ plus laws, and 5 states have enforced outing laws, have quote-unquote forced outing laws. This year, states are expanding these anti-LGBTQ plus attacks. So, by the way, your own source that you just mentioned is quite literally indicating how this policy is necessary, important, and isn't kind of how you were talking about it. It just what you're referencing is just getting rid of their ability to mention LGBTQ plus. That's it.
Well, yeah, but that goes into something. I mean, this is where context is important, and maybe I'm wrong here. I mean, I'm more than happy to admit when I'm wrong about something, but it goes into it, in my personal opinion, and I want to clarify first and foremost, it's just based off of my own observation, so I'm not saying I'm right at all, but based off of the observation of these individuals, and that's just one reference. There's another one in Tennessee, another individual in Georgia.
By the way,
resigning,
the person you're referencing, who left, is because they had a flag representing the LGBTQ plus community, which has the word human on it, which represents that all students, no matter your background, are all the same at the end of the day. That's literally all she was trying to do. And by the way, you know what pisses me off the most is that you're more worried as a parent about this than you are restricting a rapist from being in the Oval Office or trying to release the Epstein files, because the guy that you support prevented the release of the Epstein files. Those things are actually harms to children. And you overlook those things to try to address this, which is not a harm to children and actually is a benefit and provides security for many children. You try to frame it as you're trying to protect children, but it is the complete opposite of that.
Okay, well, I don't want to pivot here. I want to focus on this, but I'm not defending anything. I've already said multiple times to you as well as Dean, anyone that is potentially complicit with the egregious acts that were involving Epstein should be held accountable and also be thrown in prison. That's just my personal opinion. But going back to this, and again, I don't want to pivot.
Before you do, can you address the fact that
it
Donald
goes
Trump
to a
has
deeper
prevented the release of the Epstein files?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you address the fact that Donald Trump has prevented the release of the Epstein files?
I can't speak on it because I don't know enough about it. I haven't done a lot of research on it too terribly much, other than the fact that there's been promises that have not been kept, and that's pretty much the gist of it. So I can't really go into detail. Therefore, I would concede on that completely. You would beat me.
So let me just clarify. They're legally obligated to release them all. They're not releasing them, even though they're legally obligated to do so. That tells me that he's violating that. Plus, I think he's credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. If we believe the accusations of victims of Epstein to be true about their accusations against Epstein, and if those accusations implicate Trump, you should believe them. That's what happened in this NPR investigation where they scrubbed, the DOJ scrubbed these interviews associated with these allegations targeted towards Trump from an individual who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. So there's countless things I can point to. If you actually care about protecting kids, if you actually care about protecting people in need, why would you support this guy? Why would you not do research into this?
So again, I have not done a lot of research into the Epstein case, but again, this is kind of pivoting from my original. I understand why you're conflating the two. I get it, but what I'm saying is, as far as this goes into a deeper, I think as a parent anyway, it goes into a little deeper. There just needs to be more context when it comes to this. Like individuals that are quitting over not being able to have, let's just say, for example, a trans flag in their classroom. To me, a teacher is there for one primary purpose. It's to educate based off of curriculum. It's not to impose any type of ideological beliefs or personal beliefs as a teacher. That's just my personal opinion. You might disagree, and that's okay.
Acceptance, yeah.
I would say the same
yeah,
thing.
Teachers shouldn't tell students to be nice and tell students to accept each other. That's too much. Students should never be taught those things by teachers, right?
What I'm saying is that if a teacher's there for curriculum purposes, they should stick to curricular purposes as far as math,
anti-bullying
science,
curriculum?
literature, history. But
do you think
having
that
a
teachers should
trans
have an
flag,
anti-bullying approach?
I mean, I think that's actually a prerequisite with the school board. I mean, you're supposed to have an anti-bullying approach.
Yeah, this is anti-bullying.
But this also is referring to sexual ideology.
Okay.
And when you're having a trans flag in like a classroom for young children, specifically, I would say, again, personal opinion, if you're in high school, totally different story. But malleable children that are 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, in some of these instances, they have had these flags up in elementary schools. I take issue with that for sure, because I think they're malleable. I think they're too little to understand sexual ideologies or any sexual preferences at all. I also think that it's hypersexualizing children, which as a parent, I find that personally completely egregious. As a parent, I don't think that's
but that's
something
just
that teachers should be
unbelievably
doing.
stupid. This is not sexualizing kids. It's simply just providing acceptance. Sexuality to kids
But it is. It's
simply,
exactly.
Sexuality
But
to
that's
kids
the
is
point.
simply, I just find that, like when I was a kid, when I was 5 years old, I knew that I was straight because I found a girl cute in the classroom. Okay? So that's not hypersexualizing kids to acknowledge that I was straight at that point. Right?
So at 5,
This is
did
just
you
for
understand what straight
acceptance.
meant?
I think that I could understand that I liked girls. And the notion
Yeah, but
that
did you understand what the definition of straight was, as far as what the meaning of being straight or
Yes.
heterosexual was at 5 years old?
Yes, I think I did.
Well, then I would say that you're very high IQ and you're very intelligent, because most 5-year-olds do not understand heterosexuality.
So, like, in the notion that they understand it is that I understand that some boys like girls, some girls like boys, some boys like boys, and some girls like girls. That's the notion that should exist. That's all that exists at that point.
Sure, I'm not disagreeing with
Okay.
that, but at
All we're
5 years
talking
old,
about, by the way,
I
let's
don't
just
think you should be
clarify.
telling a 5-year-old. Go ahead.
All we're talking about is just saying gay things whenever we talk about straight things. That's it. And then when it comes to this, just providing acceptance. That's it. None of these things are harmful to kids. None of them are pushing them to be trans or gay. No kid is going to become trans or gay because of this.
I mean, maybe not. That's hypothetical, because you don't know if a teacher's in there, and this is where I take issue. Some of these individual teachers, in my opinion, of which are predators, are literally trying to have affirmation because they don't have self-affirmation. They don't have affirmation from adults, and they're trying to get affirmed by young children. And to me, that's just egregious. And that has happened. You cannot deny that has not happened. Now, I'm not saying that's a generalization and every single teacher does that. I know that's looking at it more on a micro level versus a macro, but I find that inappropriate. And again, if you have a trans flag in a classroom with high school, individuals who have, been exposed to the world versus a 6 or 7 or 8-year-old child, I find those two very different factors. They're very different scenarios, because a high schooler is more mature and can process those things differently than a young child. I just think that's hypersexualizing children. When you start to identify or put identification in young children's minds that are, again, malleable, you can tell a child that a man can fly in the sky like Santa Claus, and they typically will believe it if your parents say that, right? If a teacher's saying something, and I'm not saying all because I'm not generalizing, but if a teacher does say something, and let's just look at it from a micro perspective, and they are telling a young child, like, let's just say it's a young boy who might be a little bit more effeminate, and they say to that young boy, you can be a girl. Do you think that's appropriate?
I think it's totally
I
appropriate to
don't.
say that some kids are trans. I think it's totally appropriate to say that some kids are gay, and there's nothing wrong
To
with
an
that.
8-year-old or a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old without parental consent?
I think that you can have...
I think that's confusing children, and it's hypersexualizing.
No, it's not. I
Parker,
think what's
to be honest with
confusing
you.
children is when you don't have these concepts existing at all. No one is going to become gay or trans because they just heard about this. That's not how it works, okay? This
I'm
is
not
just
saying they
simply-
are.
Well, yeah, you are arguing that people might have a chance of possibly becoming trans or gay because we just said it's okay to be gay or trans if you're gay or trans. All we're doing this for is acceptance, for restrictions on bullying, right? The point of this is very clear. It's just to ensure that children are safe and they're not harmed. Not to force kids to be trans or force kids to be gay. We're not trying to groom kids to be either way. I'm a straight guy. I'm not trans. I'm cis and I'm straight. I'm not forcing anyone to be gay, forcing anyone to be trans. I acknowledge the benefit from this because I acknowledge that people are gay, people are trans, kids are gay, kids are trans, and if we don't have policies to address this, inevitably they get harmed. That's what you're not
Okay, and that's
understanding. And it
fine.
sounds
I'm
like you
not.
don't even care about that, okay? You're not even considering that within your analysis here. It's just you think, oh, they're going to be turned into being gay or being trans. That's not how it works. You can't do
No,
that.
I'm not
It's not a
saying that either.
choice, okay? No
That's
one's
not
going
what
to
I'm saying,
become
Parker.
gay
What
or
I'm saying
become
is
trans
instead of having
because you said
teachers that are
you're
promoting their
accepted if you're gay or
ideology,
trans. Because we should argue you're accepted regardless of whether you're
okay,
straight,
that's
whether you're gay, whether you're cis, whether you're trans, you're accepted regardless. So it's not going to cause
Parker. I'm
anyone
not
to be gay, straight, or trans because it's saying you're accepted regardless of those.
Parker. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. What I'm saying is instead of having, let's just say again, for example, a teacher that is having a trans flag fly in an elementary school, why not just have a class for it? You know, that's what sexual education is for. Why not just have a class and have the parents actually give approval for this? If they choose to sign their children up for it, then go for it.
Because this is anti-bullying.
If they don't, then they don't.
This is anti-bullying. This is not. This is everyone has to experience anti-bullying messages within the context of school. It's not hyper specific to who picks and who doesn't. This is not the same thing as sex ed. This is about acceptance. This is about limiting of bullying. This is not talking about sex. It's not talking about your anatomy. It's not talking about fucking. It's not talking about using condoms. It's not talking about how you fuck. Okay, none of those things are talked about. It's literally just saying accept people if they're gay, accept people if they're trans. That's fucking it. That's literally all it's doing. That's like I don't know why you're trying to fearmonger and act like it's causing kids to be gay or trans. This is just anti-bullying. There's nothing wrong with this. Every kid should go through this because no kid should go without learning that you should accept kids who are gay and trans. No kid should go without learning that you should accept people for literally no reason. They haven't done anything wrong. They're just gay or trans. They did fucking nothing wrong. So don't fucking literally make fun of them for no fucking reason. That's all we're teaching kids.
And I'm not making fun of anyone. What I'm saying is, again,
I'm not saying
there,
you
there
are.
is a,
I'm saying
as
kids
a parent,
do within
there's
society, and we want to limit that.
Right. Okay. And that's fine. I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect or fallible. What I'm saying is, as a parent, it is our responsibility to teach our children and give and expose them. That's the key word here. Expose them to specific things like this when they are able to process it. A 5 and 6-year-old cannot comprehend homosexuality in the way that you and I, as an adult, would comprehend
You see how the age
homosexuality,
just
or
keeps
a
going
teenager.
down? Like you constantly just keep bringing a lower age. Okay. Now the context that exists
Okay,
there
8-year-old,
is simply
9-year-old,
the
fine.
context that exists there is simply just some girls like girls, some boys like girls, some girls like boys, and some girls like girls and some boys like boys. That's it. That's literally all it is. Okay. So when you try to fearmonger, act like it's some big deal, act like they're talking about sex to kids, it's ridiculous. Stop doing that.
Okay, well, if that was the case, then some boys like boys, some girls like girls, and then some boys or girls like boys and girls, as in bisexual, then why is it continually changing? Every single, literally year, there's a new letter being added to this.
LGBT plus, IA plus.
Yeah, it just used to be literally just used to be LG. It used to just be LGB, and then it turned into LGBTQ. Then it turned into LGBTQ. Now it's LGBTQ.
So just because understanding has changed over time. So this is a complete pivot from the original point. Who cares?
No,
Why does that
it's
matter to you?
changing. What's happening is you're saying that there are certain norms as far as a boy can be attracted to a boy, a girl can be attracted to a girl. I'm not saying that's not true. I acknowledge that. Or a girl can be attracted to both sexes, whatever it may be. But the addition and the trans flag stands for the additions. All of these different additions and exposing children to that at a young age is not adding trans, adding queer, adding different things to children that
How is that
cannot
bad?
process.
How are these
8-year-olds
bad?
and
How are these
9-year-olds
bad?
can't comprehend.
How are
because
these
these children
bad?
can't comprehend this. It's hypersexualizing children.
So do you think
It
that
is.
kids know what men and women are?
I think children understand when they're 3 or 4 years old. I mean, just based off of my personal experience from having 4 children myself, my children never really understood biological sex at all. They never even comprehended it until they were 3 or 4 years old when they started asking questions. Sure,
Okay.
about like, why does mommy have this? Why does daddy have that? Sure, but as far as understanding heterosexuality or homosexuality, no, they still don't. They still, my 4-year-old can't, and my 2-year-old, and my
Yeah, you have a
6-month-old cannot
4-year-old and a
comprehend that.
2-year-old.
No,
They're
of
not
course
even
not.
in kindergarten yet.
Yeah, I have a 9-year-old too.
Okay, so your 9-year-old
But
doesn't
she
understand.
doesn't understand. She can't comprehend that. Like we've talked about that
What?
before. Like
Wait,
she
wait,
just looks at a person.
wait, your 9-year-old doesn't understand, right? Like that some boys like boys, some girls like girls, and some girls like boys, and
She's homeschooled, remember? So when she
so
does see this in public, when she sees this in public, she literally asks, why isn't this daddy with a mommy? Why isn't this mommy with a daddy? That's what she asks. And then as a parent, it's
okay,
my
but
responsibility to explain that to her. But it's
okay, so
not the
she does
teacher's
understand.
responsibility
So
to tell
she
her about that.
understands like
She
kid
sees a
crushes.
difference.
She understands
She
kid
sees a
crushes,
difference.
right?
No. She doesn't
She's
have
9 years old. Then
crushes.
you've sheltered your kid too much, where then now they don't understand the world. That's concerning. So when you say, "Oh, it's up to the parents to teach these things," well, such as yourself, you don't teach her everything. You failed her within that respect. Like you literally have sheltered her so much now she doesn't understand this is a 9-year-old, dude. You've held her back years. That's years of growth that she now doesn't have. You're holding her back socially.
You're talking about just being attracted to a opposite sex. Of course, she said boys
It's
are
not just
cute.
it's not just that. It's just like the understanding of the concept in general. At 9 years old, you know that, right? Like when I was 9 years old, I definitely understood that.
Yeah, yeah, well, as a parent, my wife and I both agreed that we would not have, any conversation about sex until she was 12 because we felt that that was the time
This
frame that
isn't a
she would be
conversation
more
about sex.
understanding. But that's
And
our parental authority to do so.
I understand that's your parental authority, but what I'm telling you is that like you can have a conversation about crushes with your kid. That's different than having a conversation about sex. And you also should have these conversations when kids are going to go through these things so that you can help prep your kids for these social interactions so that they have some type of expectations so that like you can take care of them so that you can
I have
ensure
had
that
conversations
they're
when
on a
she's asked about a
trajectory of
dad being
growth
with a dad.
and progression.
When she's asked about a dad being with a dad or a mom being with a mom, I've simply told her that some people are not attracted to the opposite sex, and she says why, and she notices that, and she
Okay, then it sounds like she does know this and you were just misrepresenting it.
maybe, but I mean, I try to talk to her in a way that with not involving anything sexual because I don't think she's old enough to process that, or at least I as her parent don't think that she needs to be talking
Well, I
about
just want to
or
let you know at that
exposed
age,
to sexual things.
I'm just going to let you know at that
at a
age
young
they
age.
should be able to know, right? And it's honestly not a good thing if they don't know at that point. Now, can I ask you a question because I want to see if you'll go this far?
But how are you going to say that it's not being a parent though?
If Donald Trump went up to your daughter and said he'd be dating her in 10 years, would you still vote for him?
I mean, if he went up to my daughter, no, of course not.
Well, you know
but
he did that.
you
So
already
why
know
would
my
you, why would
stance.
you do that if
You
he
already
went
know
up
my
to someone
stance on
else's
this.
10-year-old girl and did that? Why would you still vote for him in that context?
You already know my stance on this. We've had this discussion before.
I don't remember.
I told you I vote for a party. I don't vote for a person.
Okay, but you still... Okay, so would you vote for Trump if he did this to your daughter, given that he's the Republican Party candidate?
If he's the only candidate and he's voting or if he was the only
Kamala Harris, so
president,
Trump v. Harris.
yeah. So if he's the only candidate, obviously based off of primaries, then I probably just based off of my moral disagreement with him, I would not vote at all.
Okay, so then why can't you say the same thing, right, when it's someone else's daughter? That you just wouldn't vote.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Why wouldn't you just not vote if it's someone else's daughter that he did this to? Someone else's 10-year-old.
Well, this past election, I voted for Trump because again he was the candidate, but I did not know.
But if the election were held today,
much about his
with
past,
the information
I
you
didn't
have
know
right now, would you choose not to vote?
Yeah, probably so.
Okay, I'll take that. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My 7-year-old cousin's trans.
They are a minor, so I do have to go on to the next person. Only do send guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I hate niggers.
You're disgusting. Yo, what's
Parker,
up? How old are
what do
you?
you want, Parker?
How old are you?
I'm 29.
And do you support Trump?
I support the party. I mean, I don't really support any one guy. Just like you with Kamala, it's like you guys didn't support her when she ran against Biden in the primary to 2%, didn't even make it to Iowa. Next thing you know, she's the greatest thing since sliced bread, Yas Queen. So you don't act like you support anybody
She had
like
8
in
to
particular.
15% support within the Democratic Party.
Bro, she was the
within
first to
primary.
drop. She didn't even make it to the Iowa caucus.
She dropped
Do you
out
still
to be
like
the vice
her?
president. She dropped out to be the vice president. My God.
No, she didn't. She didn't become the vice president until Biden was elected and then made the selection.
Wait, you understand that like she dropped out?
No, once he became the
dropping out.
nominee,
Wait,
he
you
selected
understand
her,
that
but
these
Tulsi
candidates-
Gabbard kicked her ass.
Sir, you know,
Dude, you guys
understand-
hated,
Sir, you understand?
hated Kamala.
Sir, you understand these candidates when they drop out, they talk to some of the other candidates to see if they can.
Oh, you know
secure
this, right? You were there in that
administration
conversation.
seats. For
Parker was in
example-
that conversation.
For example, when Buttigieg dropped out, Buttigieg security
Oh.
spot on the Biden administration.
Oh, he did. Yeah, so it was all planned out. Like she
Yes,
got
they
no
planned
votes
that
from
out.
any of you, and that was the plan. She was like, you know what? I'm gonna not get Parker and everybody else to vote for me, and then I'm gonna have these sidebar conversations after I drop out, and then I'm gonna be his VP nominee, and then after all the 4 years of Biden, then I'm gonna get stuffed down everybody's throat without a primary, and then Parker's gonna love me. That's the plan, Parker. Is that really how she planned to not get like any support at all and drop out before Iowa? So you act like, do you still support like a candidate? Like you guys are like you're the blueprint for just supporting anyone that's not Trump. So it's a kind of a funny question coming from you, man.
Harris had support of 80% of the Democratic Party, right? When
Well,
for
who?
being the nominee, right? She also
Kamala
was
got. Wait,
voted,
I'm sorry. You said
she also
Kamala?
was voted. Can I please finish? She also was voted in the primaries because it was the Biden-Harris ticket. And then when Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's how it works. The vice president steps up when the president steps
Parker,
down. No
Parker,
one
we
decided
were
to
all
run against
there.
her. We all supported her. Now you are saying that
None of you
she's
supported
the-
her. Then
Yeah,
why
we
did she drop out at like the
then
first to drop
answer
out?
this
Like
question.
even Tulsi
Why-
Gabbard made
why
it
didn't
further.
Why didn't Trump win in 2000? That was the first time he
Well,
ran.
in 2000, I mean, it's really hard to overcome 81 million votes. You know what? Actually, the bigger question is this:
Why
Why,
didn't
is it
Biden-
that you
why
guys
didn't
support
Biden
a
win
man to the
president?
tune of
Why didn't
81
Biden
million
win
votes,
president?
but two
Why
women,
didn't Biden-
you
why
just
did-
like
why-
get
why-
destroyed? Is that
why-
you guys like men more?
Why didn't Biden win president in 2008?
Well, Biden in 2000. Why didn't Biden win president in 2008? That's
Yeah.
your question.
Yeah, he ran for the primaries.
Like you honestly don't know the answer. You don't know the answer to that.
He ran for the primaries and he didn't win.
Yeah, it's Joe Biden. Nobody liked Joe Biden.
People
Dude,
did
you honestly think that Joe Biden
is that
was
why
the best
Joe Biden
candidate
won the
in
election in
2000
2020? Is that why Joe
In
Biden got the
2020,
most
do you
votes?
really think Joe Biden was?
Is that why Biden got the most votes in U.S. history? Got more votes than Donald Trump every single time that he's ever ran for president of the United States? Is that why Joe Biden got more votes? Can you answer that? Why did Joe Biden win in 2020?
Okay, why is it you support a man to 81 million votes, but Hillary and Kamala, you just let them get lambasted by a man?
You
Do
didn't
you like
answer the
men
question.
more?
You didn't answer.
I mean,
the question. I
it's
voted
a
for
question I
Kamala
have
Harris
that
and for
nobody's
Joe
been able to
Biden.
answer.
I voted for Joe
Dude,
Biden and Kamala Harris.
You voted for Joe Biden, which is, I mean, that worked out real well, Parker. That was a good decision.
It did. It was a great decision.
And then, but you can't deny that the entire Democrat population did not like Kamala Harris, and
Kamala.
they killed her in the primary against Biden. And then he stuffed her down your throat
Wrong,
as the
'cause
VP
she never
candidate, which
got
surprised
voted
everybody.
on in the primary because she decided
Dude,
to drop out
Buttigieg
to
would
be
have
the
been
vice
such a
president.
better VP. Do you agree? Buttigieg would have been a better VP than Kamala. Do you agree?
No, I think Kamala was the better VP choice.
Really, and why?
Because
What
I
has she
think-
done versus as a VP? I will say that he outperformed her even when she was VP.
Do you want me to
Do you
explain
disagree
why?
with that?
Do you want me to explain why? And no, she
Go
had the
ahead.
most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history.
Well,
so-
who cares? That's because everything was split down the middle.
Okay, so Buttigieg didn't have anywhere near the same level of experience that Kamala Harris did. Kamala Harris was district attorney, attorney general, senator, and she had countless positions prior to that point. So, I mean, that's significantly more than obviously just what Buttigieg had being a mayor prior. He then became the Secretary of Transportation, which is, again, not as high of a position as VP is.
Well,
So
duh.
Harris
I
was
said
the
he
better
outperformed
option.
her.
Can you please be quiet? Harris was the better
No,
option.
dude, that's just dumb comparisons. These are so stupid.
Harris was definitely the better option in that scenario for VP. But then obviously I think Buttigieg would be a good option for VP now, or even a good option for running for president now, comparative to most other candidates.
Everything you just compared, you said, well, he made this position, which is not as good as VP. That's a dumb argument. My point is that he would have been a better VP selection for Biden than Kamala. And then you're like, well,
Kamala.
he didn't
No,
outperform her because
actually,
he wasn't
Joe
a
Biden
VP.
won with
That's
Kamala
'cause
Harris
he
as
wasn't
the
selected.
VP.
That's my argument.
Joe Biden won with Kamala Harris as the VP, so I think that we definitely did better that way.
With 81 million votes, dude, you really truly
Yes.
believe that?
You don't
Yeah.
believe
Okay,
that he
so
got
then
that many votes?
why didn't Hillary and Kamala get
You
as
don't
many?
you don't
Or-
believe
and
that
why
he
did
got
they
that many
lose?
votes?
It's hard to believe because I think Obama. How did he beat Obama? Like honestly, Obama was one of the other
More
than
people
Reagan, was
voted
one of the
during
more
the-
impressive
I'll tell you.
campaign performances.
I'll tell you, more people voted during
Yeah, it was
the
mail-in
context.
fraud.
Mail-in ballots are not fraud. Mail-in ballots are actually historically very, very low in terms of the
I didn't say
fraudulent-
mail-in ballots were fraud.
That's exactly what you just said. So mail-in ballots have historically low fraud rates. Donald Trump voted by mail, and saying that mail-in ballots were at all a risk, right, within the context of the election is obviously misinformation and bullshit. Right? The election was very safe in 2020, the safest election in recorded history.
Yeah.
The most amount of audits, the most amount of independent reviews, recounting, right, and court cases overlooking the case, and none of them
You don't
indicated
believe
sufficient
that.
evidence to overturn the election. If you actually think
You
the
don't
election
believe
was
that.
rigged in 2020, well, then you're just a delusional maniac, because then explain to me why they could steal the election in 2020 when Trump was in office, but they couldn't steal the election in 2024 when they were in office. That makes zero fucking sense.
Well, it's awfully hard to replicate fraud when it was actually called out in so many different districts and so many different counties and different states. It's really hard to replicate fraud. They got away with it once. You're not going to get away with it twice. Now,
What court case indicated
the
that?
other thing, the other proof
Sir,
I'll
what
give
court
you
case
is,
indicated that?
I believe it was in Georgia.
No Georgia court case indicated that there was sufficient evidence.
Well,
to
there was
overturn the
enough
election.
fraud for everybody to look at that it was abundantly obvious. And the biggest reason
Wrong.
why I think where you
Wrong.
screwed
You just
up,
made that
Parker,
up. You just completely made that up.
Here's where you screwed up. Was if you're gonna like cheat on a test, right? Like if you're like a D student, you don't cheat on the test to give yourself an A and like overdo it and then bring suspicion. Biden getting that many more votes than even Obama, and then watching Hillary get slayed and Kamala get slayed, and everybody looks at it and goes, hey, you know what? Like, how is it?
Hillary got more votes than Trump. Kamala Harris lost by less than 2 million votes. There was a less of a distinction in terms of the amount of votes under the 2024 election than there was under the 2021 or 2020 election. And just because you're saying that Biden got so many votes, you can't believe that Biden got that many votes, doesn't mean that he didn't get those votes. It just means you're coping still to this day.
No, statistically,
you're still
it's relevant
coping.
to our
It is
conversation.
6 years later, and you're still coping with the fact that he lost the election. You can't,
No, this came up.
You can't even
It's
fucking
relevant to our
acknowledge it.
conversation.
Nearly 6 years later, you're just still coping.
No, it was relevant
And you can't
to our
acknowledge that
conversation,
your guy
Parker.
lost the election
Parker,
because you're a
settle
sore
down.
loser.
You're
You're
getting
coping
emotional.
because you're a sore
Settle
loser
down.
with zero evidence.
Parker,
When all evidence
Parker.
indicates you're wrong, 60
Young
plus
man.
court cases indicate you have no sufficient evidence to overturn the
Parker.
election. There were audits in every single one of the swing states
Calm.
indicating no
Take a
sufficient
breath.
evidence to overturn
Take
the
a breath,
election,
Parker.
and yet you're still to this day deciding to
Parker.
come up on my live stream and claim the election was
Parker.
stolen with absolutely
Calm
no
yourself.
evidence.
Man,
I'm completely
is
I'm completely calm right now. Stop lying to the audience and being a condescending twerp instead of actually engaging
Twerp.
with my argument.
is Dean's anxiety pen available right now? Because you need to hit that.
Nice
thing.
pivot. Nice
Like,
pivot.
hit it.
Nice pivot.
Okay, I'm gonna pivot
you're
back
coat
now.
maxing. You're coat
I'm gonna-
maxing. Can you engage with my argument? Because all you
That's
can you're gonna
adorable.
the anxiety pen. Oh my gosh.
Oh man, that was nice, Parker. Now listen, okay.
You know what's nicer? Princess Diana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we some W's for
Thank
Princess
you,
Diana
Princess
in the
Diana.
comment
Thank
section
you.
right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Just got a role-playing Marshawnson for Hollywood. That's amazing. W's for Princess Diana in the comment section right now. That's amazing to hear. W's for you. I'm so happy for you. That's great to hear. As well as
Yes.
Mr. James Bond Tube, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For Kamala Harris got more votes than Obama too, so there's that. True. Julie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Darcel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, this guy's ridiculous. Matthew, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though, it's so ridiculous. As well as Darian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Amber, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, Apricus, thank you so much for the $10. And Ren, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. As well as Altered, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Tip with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They can't understand being gay, but can understand being straight. Seriously, that's what he thinks. It's ridiculous. Thank you very much. Julia, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. And Crystal, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Thank you. Danielle, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Danielle. And Lawrence, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as BB, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. And Casso, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. You got a flag for misinformation.
Where'd I get a flag for misinformation, Parker?
So let's go into the next individual. I think I did get a civic and election integrity earlier. That's the second flag, meaning I probably should hit a restart. But I don't want to have to hit a restart. That sucks. That really sucks, dude. I should do that. I should hit a restart. I'll be right back, everyone, here on TikTok. We'll be right back. Got to hit a quick restart. It's really annoying, but we got to do it. If you want to come back, that's a smart way to do it. Smart way to do it. Click the profile picture in the top left. Click it again and refresh. It will help get it out to, you'll see my live real quick. I'll be right back, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Oh, we're not even there yet. Welcome back, everybody here on TikTok. Welcome back. The debate's going in a quick second. Just give it a second for people to join back, everyone. Give it a second for people to join back. What's up, everyone on YouTube, though? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It really helps get it out to significantly more people. I'd really appreciate it if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. By the way, everyone, tomorrow I should be live probably like 4 or 5 p.m. Pacific time. Just letting everyone know. 4 or 5 Pacific time is when I should be live tomorrow. Alrighty. Here we go, everyone. Do give it a second for people to join up. We're going to get the debates going very, very soon. Do just give it a second, everybody. Alrighty. Let's get everything going. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's get this next debate going, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria going, everybody, on the screen. Let me let the Instagram know we're live because I forgot to do that. I apologize, everyone. We are live. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
I do. Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Still Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I believe that he is more charismatic and he brings a lot of moral support to America. I guess would be the way to put it.
How does he bring more moral support?
Yeah. So like, would you not say like we as a country are more united under his administration versus a Biden-Harris administration?
No, we're
like,
definitely more united under Biden and Harris.
I see people coming together more now than I do under those administrations. You wouldn't agree with that?
I think you're delusional. The president called for the execution of some Democrats. How could you possibly say we're coming together to a greater extent? Was that happening under Biden's administration?
I mean, whether it's against him or for him, you wouldn't say that people are coming together more now than they ever have?
Nope, definitely not.
That's crazy to me because I have not seen rallies the way that I've seen rallies under his administration,
You mean against him?
whether it be against him or for him.
And again, you know, like most of the country is against him. He's the least liked president, but most of the country has been in support of a candidate before in the past, right? That's happened. So I
Yeah,
don't
but
know
like
what
for
the point is.
moral, like for rallying, getting people together, getting people hyped up,
I think you're
whether it
trolling
be
me.
like
I'm gonna
for
go to the
or
next
against him.
person. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody.
We are Charlie Kirk.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yotsup, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, all the way.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I feel like he does better for the economy.
Okay. And what makes you think that? Like, can you name one economic metric that's better off since Trump got in office?
Well, no.
Okay, so what
But
makes you think the
I can think
economy's
of
better
other.
off?
I mean, like he promised a better economy, but I feel like he's delivered on other things too.
Okay, how is Trump better overall?
With like immigration and stuff,
Okay, and what on immigration?
like getting out all the illegals.
Okay, okay. And what policy did he pass about that? Do you like?
I wanted to say there was like a specific policy, but who he really put in charge of ICE or nice, if you want to say it like that.
That's really cringe. That's insane. Willows, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Like how
How is
cringe.
that cringe?
He's changing the name of ICE. No one's gonna call it that. I'm never gonna call it that.
But what if they actually make that like the name? Like that's the official name.
We're still not gonna call it that.
Why?
The same way that we call the Department of Defense the Department of Defense, the same way they call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico, because Trump rebranding everything does not make it actually that, and we're gonna change that as soon as we get back in
Well,
office.
with the Gulf of Mexico, I can understand it being the Gulf of America because it's in the Americas, so that makes more sense.
But it's actually like the Gulf of Mexico. Do you know
But
what a
it should
Gulf
be the
is?
Gulf of America.
Can you tell me what a Gulf is?
A body of water, like surrounding two parts of a country. I mean, two countries. I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't even know what a Gulf is, how about you stop trying to define what you think that represents the Gulf the best for? You know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. You don't even know what the fuck a Gulf is in the first place. So how about you do some research into that before you claim what is the better way to reference what it should be, whether it's the Gulf of Mexico or the
Okay,
Gulf
can you
of
educate me
America.
then? Can you
Well,
educate me
when I
then,
say
please?
America, right, would not be specific to what part of America. It's specifically North America. Not South America, not Central America. It's North America.
Okay, but it's still America.
Okay, so it's not the Gulf of America, be the Gulf of Mexico, because it's in specific to Mexico.
Oh, wait. Okay, I think I get it now.
Yeah, that's why
I
it's
get
called
what you're
that.
saying.
Trump's just changing the name for no reason because he wants things to be associated with him. He loves putting his name on things. Like,
Who
you know, the
doesn't?
golden statue that he brought up recently that, by the way, MAGA leaders are praying to. Him portraying himself as God. Him rebranding everything to be like Trump Airport, actually. Trump Kennedy Airport, actually. Like,
Or
this
maybe
is
it should be.
atrocious.
Like,
Okay, are you serious?
but let's switch the topic though.
Are you serious? So, like, what is wrong with you? Like, what's the point?
I mean, he's the president. Who really cares about a name?
So who cares about the name? Why is he doing those things? Why is he prioritizing that than over benefiting the country, over negotiating and passing legislation?
I think he's doing both.
Okay, so but why isn't he prioritizing doing that? And also, like, wait, actually, can you name a single policy that Donald Trump has passed that's benefit the average person more than it's benefit the rich?
I can't think about specific policies, but I can think about I can't think about the names, but I can think about what they did.
Okay. So, can you tell me what they've done?
I gotta
That you
think
like?
real quick. I gotta think. Like for the average American or just overall?
Yeah, more for the average American than the rich.
Well, I feel like with this fight, with him supporting Israel and Iran, it makes us feel more safe, if you know what I'm saying.
How?
Because you know, like,
how is him going to war making you feel more safe? That makes zero fucking sense.
Because like
you're
trolling. I'm not trolling.
Yeah, you are. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, tonight's callers have been crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, Jocelyn, thank you for the $5 for the smartest debaters ever today, right? Yeah, it's actually crazy. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, what state do you live in?
I live in California.
And what time is it?
It's currently 9 p.m.
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
6 p.m.
6 what?
6 p.m.
It's not 6 p.m. It's 6:50.
It's 6 p.m., buddy.
It's 6:50. Can you name 2 states in California? Or 2 cities, sorry?
Sacramento, Los Angeles.
Name 2 more.
San Francisco.
1 more.
San Diego.
Okay. Name 2 states that border California.
Oregon, Nevada.
Okay. I don't believe you, though. I think you're trolling.
Do you not believe me?
No, I don't.
Do you not, Parker? Come on, man.
Can you admit that I'm right before I kick you?
You're not right. I live in California. I can give you my address if you want.
Who do you support for governor?
I don't know. I just support Trump.
Can you name 1 California governor candidate?
Gavin Newsom.
He's not a candidate.
What do you mean?
He's already termed out. He's not a candidate.
Fuck. All right, kick me.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen.
Hey, why
what's
did
up, how old are
Dean
you?
cheat on Abby with Sabrina?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support
19,
Trump?
sorry, 19. Yeah,
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because I pay lower taxes.
I think you're a minor. By the way, Chad, we've had a bunch of random trolls coming up saying a bunch of random people's names because, what's it called? I've had this one troll that went viral that said like a bunch of their friends' names. So now we have like a bunch of people saying like a bunch of their friends' names to try to like post them to get views. It's really weird. I don't know why people are doing this. So let's just go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
59. 59.
Do you support Trump?
No, I do not.
Okay. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump, yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump all day long.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because, since the beginning of time, I think Trump has stuck to what he wanted to do. He sticks to what he wants to do. I think that he's changing the international landscape in a positive way. I think that he's, in almost every policy, I support Trump.
Okay, how is he changing the international landscape in a positive way?
Sorry, say it again.
How is he changing the international landscape in a positive way?
Well, look at what he's doing in the Middle East. I think that it's positive what he's doing in the Middle East. I support the war in Iran.
Such as?
I support. Sorry.
Wait. So you think? Oh, sorry. You're saying the war in Iran.
Well, I'm just trying to dig into a specific. For generalizing, I can name a lot, but if you want to dig into specific points,
that's fine. So
yeah.
Can you name one political concession that we've got from the war with Iran?
Yeah, I think Iran was a big threat to the United States. I think it's been a threat for a long time. I think it's been a threat in the Middle East, and I also think it's been a threat to our allies in the Middle East. And I think that what's happening right now is necessary.
Can you name one political concession that we've got since the beginning of the war? He left. No fucking way. Are you serious, bro? No way. Literally, it took one question for bro to leave. One question. How embarrassing is that? So this next person up here, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Think of the money gun. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do you support Trump? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Mary, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you very much for the kind message. Joseph, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Zach, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I decide most of them are, but it gets to a point where it's like so dumb where it's just like I just can't even have a conversation with them. Mainly it's when they just won't engage with points. Or they won't be able to understand something at all. It's impossible for them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 21 years old, man. How are you?
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would be voting for Trump.
And you have a little bit of background noise. Is there a way you could fix that?
I'm gonna try going into the back room for a second. I'm at work. Hey everyone, look at the video on my account. It's Dean's.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Another troll. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello?
No, they say hello as soon as I kick them. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for debates. Yeah, it's how old are you? Do you support Trump?
Hello? Hello?
Do you support Trump?
I support Trump, yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I support his policies, both domestically and internationally. Sorry?
What policies of his do you support?
Well, I think he's been good on the immigration stuff. I think that, in principle, I think the mass immigration under the Democrats, was a negative. I think there's a lot of crazy stupidity in the extreme left that was happening prior in the last administration. I don't support, women playing in men's sports and all the craziness. And I think that we need some common sense in the administration. I think that that's slowly starting to happen. It's only been 1 year or a couple, it hasn't been that long since he's been here. And I think over by the end of his term, it's going to be really good.
So I don't know how you'd want common sense if you support Trump, because he's actively denying science himself. He says the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. He said privately to people that he knows, in his administration, such as Dr. Oz and his son, that he drinks Diet Coke because it kills grass, which means it kills cancer. That's what he said. He said we
I
should.
think I think Trump has a good sense of humor. I mean, I think
This is
I
not
think he's
him
like a lot of.
joking. This is him being
Oh,
serious.
well, I mean, you know, there's a lot of things that are said that have been joking. There's a lot of things said that's been trolling, and he
No,
trolls
they
the
brought it
media.
up
And,
seriously. They brought it up as something serious that he said.
well, he does drink a lot of Diet Coke, and he seems to be healthy. So I'm not supporting that. I don't drink Diet Coke to be healthy, but I think it's a
No,
joke.
do you think
is
it
what I'm
kills
getting.
cancer
I think
because
it's a
it kills
joke. Is what I'm
grass?
getting at. No, I don't think it kills grass. But I mean, we're talking about. I mean, if you're talking about policies, or you're talking about something that's completely irrelevant to actually, like, you know, it's good. That's good for the United States of America. I think that, you know, I don't have anything to say about him drinking Diet Coke to kill grass. I don't know about that.
Okay,
Or
but like, these
whatever.
things are insane. It's also like he said, Jesus, if he were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote against Joe Biden in California. He's also said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He's also said we should look into nuking hurricanes to fight them. Like these
Okay,
are like
the injection
straight
was
up
the
batshit
injection was
crazy
clearly a
things.
joke. Well, the injection was clearly a joke. I even remember that happening. That was
No, it
clearly a
wasn't.
trolling joke. Of course
No, it
it is. He's
wasn't.
got the media attacking him all the time, nonstop, and he comes back with stupid things back. I mean, look, I don't defend. I'm not going to
And
sit
then
here
I
and
see the
defend
disinfectant.
every single thing.
But-
Sorry.
Listen.
And then I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that.
Okay, look. I mean, if you want to get in, if you want to start going down that rabbit hole.
I mean, does
you
that
wanna
sound
start
like a
going down-
joke?
No, but I mean, if you want to start going down that rabbit hole, the administration that you're here supporting was claiming all the medicine that they're using right now, currently for COVID-19, was the worst medicine ever, and they couldn't use it, and you got to inject yourself with the injections, but yet all the stuff that they're using right now is actually the same. Sorry?
Yeah, vaccines are effective.
Why are vaccines effective? Everyone had vaccines, and everyone still had COVID. That kind
Because
of defeats the whole purpose.
We've conducted
So-
studies within science that demonstrate that vaccines are effective at mitigating
Really?
illness,
In science?
severe illness, hospitalization, death.
So ivermectin, which is the medicine they give you right now.
No, it's not. That's not a medicine they give you for COVID.
Yeah, they would.
No, it's
100% they
not.
would.
It is not.
Okay. Okay. Well, I know doctors that are
It
prescribing
is
that.
not.
So
There's
unless
no
you
evidence.
represent every single.
There is zero evidence to indicate that it's effective for addressing COVID-19.
Okay, that's your
It is
opinion.
an
I don't-
anti-parasitic.
It's an
It is
anti-parasitic,
not
yeah.
meant to address a COVID-19.
Okay, that's your. I mean, that's your opinion. I mean, doctors
No, there's
definitely
no
prescribe that.
scientific data indicating that's
Well,
effective.
There's no scientific data indicating that's effective. There's no scientific data indicating that a vaccine is effective after you take a
You can look
vaccine
at
and
the
get
bibliography in my
COVID-19
bio.
right after.
Sir, you can look at the bibliography in my bio. There's 30 plus pages of peer-reviewed sources that indicate that vaccines are safe and effective. You are just objectively wrong. Like I literally have a straight up, incredibly comprehensive source document in my bibliography in my bio to address this very point.
I mean, there's a lot of people in the world that disagree with the vaccines being effective for COVID-19.
But do
And
they
the
have
way
this
it was,
many
the way,
studies?
and the,
Do they have this many studies to justify their position in the same way that I have
Well,
to
I mean,
justify
the-
mine?
I mean,
We
yeah,
have
but
billions
studies-
of doses that have been given around the world. We know that they're safe and effective.
that's correct. I mean, people still got COVID-19 right after they got the shot.
That's like
I'll
saying
tell you, I
people
got
still
COVID.
get
I
harmed
got the
even
shot. I
though
got
they wore a
COVID-19 right
seatbelt.
after.
Yeah, and people
Sorry?
still get harmed and injured even though they still wear a seatbelt.
No,
but
most
seatbelts
vaccines you
mitigate those
take-
harming you.
Absolutely.
So what you're not
No.
understanding is that vaccines don't completely prevent you from getting it, but they reduce
Most
the
vaccines
likelihood of
do.
you getting it. They don't completely
No.
prevent hospitalization. They mitigate or reduce the likelihood of hospitalization.
Okay, so
They
what's
don't
the likelihood
completely
of you
prevent
getting
death? They completely
me-
reduce or they lower and
Okay, so-
reduce the likelihood.
So what are
in
the
which you are
chances of
going
you
to
getting
die.
like hepatitis as we get a hepatitis vaccine?
I'd have to look at it. I don't know the.
Yeah, I mean,
numbers.
I'm pretty sure numbers are staggeringly different than the COVID vaccine.
Wait, so just because there are differences in the level of effectiveness of different vaccines does not
Yeah.
mean it's not a vaccine or that vaccines aren't effective.
Well, I mean, again, this is your opinion. This is your opinion.
No, this is the
The
opinion
fact-
of medical
Yeah, and then
professionals.
okay, let me ask you another question. How long does it take for a vaccine normally to go through clinical trials so that it's safe for humans? And how long did it take for the COVID vaccine to come in? And I'm not saying I'm against the COVID vaccine. I'm saying in general it should have been a choice, and the way that things went about was wrong. But again, this is a topic for the past, and a lot of this is opinion based, and I don't think you'll be able to prove it because they did rush out the vaccine way before any other vaccine, and show me another vaccine that was rushed out to the into the market on in a short amount of time before clinical trials. If you're a science guy, What is the answer?
So no one's disputing that we expedited the process for the clinical trials, but that doesn't mean that we didn't go through sufficient levels of clinical trials. And since then, we've had 5 years, which is by the time the typical time that people would use, which would then you would say that we have enough evidence as of now to be able to make this determination. How I know that you don't even care about that is because still to this day you make this claim, along with the fact
So I'm
that
not
in
making
terms
so look.
of
No, that's what I just want to say. I'm not making a claim one way or another. I think that it should be a choice, and if you believe that a vaccine is going to help you, you should take the vaccine. I don't think that it should have been forced upon anybody. But again, that's a debate outside of like the Trump debate, anyways. That's you know, you're talking about like him trolling on the you know on the first example that he gave the what was it with the vaccine. I think it was an ivermectin example, if I'm not mistaken, right? The one that you played.
what?
The example that you, anyways. Do you want to talk about Trump or the vaccine?
We can talk about Trump, but I was talking about the vaccine because you were trying to say that the vaccine wasn't safe and effective and that ivermectin was a preferable alternative, which is not based in science, is objectively stupid. And the fact that you're still saying it to this day shows you how much misinformation was prevalent and how it can still fucking literally brainwash people into believing this stupid shit. And by the way, I just want to let you know, we need vaccines mandates because of people like you that don't believe in the science. You just got a misinformation flag. Good job. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. It is crazy. Believe in science. Holy fucking shit. It holds us back so much as a society for people to not believe in science and to just believe in straight bullshit. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker. I think you know me.
Oh, you're crazy. Do you still support Trump? Do you still support Trump?
No, Parker, I literally have stated in Dean's live streams I don't.
Oh, so
I
then
just
why are you
hate you.
sending a guest request?
Because I hate you.
Okay. You can hate me from the chat. Thanks for promoting the stream and help pushing it out to more people. Can you tap the screen while you're here? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Jeanette, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Blinker? Yeah, I felt like it was him anyway. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up?
What's
How
up,
old are you?
man? 24.
Do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
59.
Do you support Trump?
I do not.
Okay. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Mute yourself, stop speaking, leave the live, or do anything. Or start speaking as well.
You're gonna call me a
What
slur?
a
You're
good
gonna call me a
boy. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2003.
Nice math. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo,
Hello.
what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
I forgot my month, but 2007.
What? I forgot my month, bro. What are you talking about, bro? Come on. Come on, bro. What are you saying? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Hey, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 45.
And do you
I was
support
actually on
Trump?
before, but for some reason I got kicked out. I don't know why. I got talking about, I guess, something I wasn't supposed to talk about.
Are you on a different account or same account?
Different account.
Okay. Well, as long as you're on a different account, you probably got a flag for misinformation. That's what I'm assuming it was.
Yeah, I mean, sure,
Yeah,
misinformation.
so let me thank some people and we can continue on with our conversation. Elizabeth, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I got both shots and a booster and never once got COVID. People who got COVID after being vaccinated probably weren't masking or social distancing or were immunocompromised / other susceptible person, or they just happened to get it or were at higher risk of getting it. There are countless explanations, but the point is that the vaccine still reduced the likelihood of people getting it. Dick Frog, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. They said I had 2 children who came into the clinic, and one child that was vaccinated against the flu, and the other that was not, and they both ended up with it, and the one to the less who's vaccinated was less sick. They definitely do work. Very true. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Samaya, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you have a great day as well. Thank you very much. Tracy as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Fossey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it as always. Thank you. Allison, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Kimoni, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I should be on for at least another 30 minutes. At least another 30. As well as Xander, thank you for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for after I got the vaccine, I grew a mustache. You know what? True. Thank you so much, Xander. I really appreciate the $100. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Xander in the comment section for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? It's seriously so kind of them. Thank you so much. As well as BB, thank you so much for the £2. They said I had lung surgery. Herd immunity saves my life. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It is really important. Alrighty. You can continue with the point you were making, man.
Well, I mean, if you want to change the subject, I mean, I don't really think that COVID is we have to dig in deeper into that.
Okay, well, do you want to make a broader point of why you still support Trump then?
Yeah, I support Trump because I mean, I think that, listen, look, there's a lot of different policies, but I think that overall his general stance is positive. I think internationally right now, I think that he's the only president that we have that protects us and protects against China and the superpower of China. And what's happening in Iran right now, I think that there's a shift happening in the Middle East, which I think I think he's taking away the danger of probably one of the most dangerous countries and weakening China in the process. And I agree with the international policies of Trump, especially compared to what's happening under the Democrats.
Okay, so you like the war with Iran? Again, I tried to ask you earlier, can you name any political concessions that we've got in this war with Iran?
Well, political concern, I mean, it's still the beginning of it, right? So I think in the end, I mean, I think taking out the regime would definitely be a positive. I think that since the late 70s, early 80s, Iran has been a terror organization that has been funding groups all across the Middle East, and they've been funding groups that have been out there screaming, death to America, death to Israel, and out there, planning killings. And I think that, I mean, it's dangerous in general. So, I mean, concession-wise, if you ask me about concession, I think it's still ongoing.
I mean, just because they're doing things like that doesn't mean we should go to war with them. That's not an imminent threat to our nation. Therefore, it does not justify us going to war with them.
Well, how's it not an imminent threat when they're literally saying they're going to kill you? That's not an imminent threat.
I mean, there are people within the country saying death to America is not evidence we should go to war with them. That's also not an imminent threat of them attacking us or going to war with us.
Okay, so our number one ally.
Yes, they can say that, and we shouldn't go to war with them.
Well, first of all, if you want to go down history, I mean, our number one ally was attacked, right? Our number one ally was attacked.
Israel is not our number one ally. I don't want to be allies with Israel.
Well, why would you not want to be allies with Israel?
Because I'm sick of them getting us involved in wars constantly over and over again. It's the most frustrating thing ever. We spent trillions of dollars on wars in the Middle East, which has destabilized the Middle East, not created better conditions. It's horrible.
So you think the reason why you're at war with Iran is only because of Israel?
I think that's the 80s, one of the main reasons. Yeah.
Well, your own president of the United States has been saying that Iran's been a threat since the 80s. So it's not like Israel got you into this position. You didn't have conversations with Israel back in 1980. It's both the United States and Israel. Sorry?
It's both the United States and Israel.
Yeah, it's both the United States and Israel. That's correct. So if somebody's literally telling you that they want to destroy you, and are funding groups out there, like in the last 3 years, Israel has literally killed every single person pretty much on America's Most Wanted. I mean, everybody that's killed Americans on their soil and all across the Middle East. they have taken them. So why is that a negative? I'm curious.
To go to war with Iran because it's going to cause us to be an economically a worse state. It hasn't led to better conditions. So I don't understand the whole point you're making there. Like you have yet to mention a single objective that we've met.
Well, what do you mean? You haven't mentioned anything either.
What? No, I'm asking what objectives have we met?
Well, it's the beginning right now. You haven't done the job yet. So one, just full high level, the danger of Iran will be gone. I mean, the flat out just the danger part of Iran, having a country out there that is building nuclear weapons to try to take out a country that you live in. That part of it, just high level, is definitely a pretty big thing, right? Their own people have been begging to take out their government, right? So I mean, if you're saying Iran's not a threat, I mean, it's kind of your opinion on that one, because I mean, Iran definitely is a threat.
I never said they weren't a threat. I said they're not an imminent threat, which is not justification for us to go to war with them. If they're just a threat, not an imminent threat, not justification for us to go to war. There are countless threats around the world.
Like suggest another threat around the world that's saying they're going to come and build a nuclear weapon and bomb the country that you live in.
Okay, well, you think that they're getting a nuke. They're closer to getting a nuke because Donald Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, right, which capped their level of enrichment of uranium at 3.7%.
Yeah, but intelligence shows that it's not the case. They're going to tell you they're capping it at whatever percent.
What intelligence indicated that they were violating that?
Well, if you read the Israeli intelligence shows that it's wrong. And I mean, if you're going to come and say that Israelis are lying, I mean, I think you've seen over the last couple of years that Israeli intelligence is pretty strong.
No, Israeli intelligence was not indicating that at all. No intelligence was indicating that they were under imminent, or they were violating the JCPOA. The IAEA is who
you're talking about the enrichment going over a certain threshold on their enrichment.
Say that one more time.
You're talking about their enrichment and the levels of enrichment that they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand. And you said that they were enriching uranium under the JCPOA, and I'm saying that you have no evidence for that, and that we had the IAEA overlooking that, and all evidence indicates otherwise.
So you think that they weren't enriching uranium in order to build nuclear weapons? So what were they enriching uranium for?
I think that
why do they want to enrich uranium?
I do think the enrichment of uranium beyond the level that's referencing is to build up a nuke, but that was after the pullout of the JCPOA. So you're claiming under the JCPOA they were doing this? You have no evidence for that. Under the JCPOA,
I have no evidence on the
all
JCPOA.
Evidence indicates that they were abiding by the JCPOA. Trump didn't even claim that's the reason why he pulled out.
No, I understand, but I'm talking more recent though. I'm talking within the last couple of years, and I'm saying they're an imminent threat now, not prior to that.
They're not an imminent threat.
Yeah, but that's your opinion. I mean, how can they not be an imminent threat? Obviously, it's an imminent. You don't have all the intelligence. I mean, if the president of the United States thinks it's an imminent threat, and really, what has happened? I mean, it's been probably one of the shorter wars, and right now they're economically suffocating them, and I don't think it's going to last that much longer. I think that everyone's just very impatient. Everybody wants things done in a day, and there is an imminent threat. And again, you're saying there isn't. I'm saying there is.
What's the imminent threat?
The imminent threat is that they literally say they're going to kill you. That's a pretty imminent threat. The imminent threat is that their groups...
When there are people in the country saying death to America, that's not an imminent threat. You're misunderstanding what an imminent threat is.
It's not the people. It's a government. If Donald Trump came out and said, hey, I'm gonna go blow up China, and then China attacks, you're going to be on the same microphone saying, oh, you know what? China has a right to attack because Donald Trump came in, and so they're going to blow them up. It's not the people saying it. The people are actually saying the opposite. The people don't want their government. The people are saying we don't want a part of this. The government is saying it. So let's just get that one.
By the way, the claim is the people are saying that, but the IRGC claiming that is not an imminent threat to our country, because them claiming it doesn't mean that they have the resources to be able to do that to our country. The reason why it would be relevant in the context of the U.S. doing so is because the U.S. backs up their threat with the fact that they could literally cause that type of violence, or that Trump would cause that type of violence. It's not just a random claim that's being made, right? The IRGC would not start a war with the U.S. without the U.S. attacking them. That makes zero sense. And if they did, then yes, we would support that war, but that's not what happened. So we started this war with Iran. We were not under an imminent threat. Imminent threat means we are going to be attacked.
Okay, but let me ask you a question.
We're not going to be attacked. I'm just claiming that it's not us going to be attacked.
No, Sorry, my go on. Sorry, my apologies.
I mean, do you think Trump calling for the execution of some Democrats is an imminent threat to those Democrats?
Did he call execution? Who did he
Yeah,
call
he
execution?
called for the HANGing of Democrats who called for people to not certify, or I mean, said to not follow unlawful orders if they're given them.
I mean, I think you just completely switched topics to something completely different. Back to Trump saying something that you don't like when he says. And I think we're going to get back on this. I'm talking policies, and I'm talking, actual like real things that are going on. Again, you're going back to, Trump saying this and Trump saying that. Yes, Trump says things. I mean, I can't sit here and back up everything that Trump says, but that's not, I mean, Joe Biden didn't say one thing. We don't even know if he was really even half alive or not. I mean, that's, I don't want to circle wheels here.
I think that's dishonest. And that's also not a response to what I just said. Would you like
No, I
to address what
understand,
said?
but but you completely switched topics. You're talking about now what Trump said. I can't defend everything that Trump tweets. So I can't come on here and defend his tweets. Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't agree with at all. So I mean, just because
It pisses me off when you say that. It pisses me off when you say that because I'm clearly not changing topics. You said a claim of death to someone is an imminent threat. This is Donald Trump calling for the death of someone, and you don't consider an imminent threat. That's called hypocrisy. That's not changing the topic. That's me calling out your hypocrisy.
I don't think Trump had made any direct threats saying he's going to kill somebody in the United States of America.
He quite literally reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress who said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders.
I don't know. I can't speak on that. I don't know that. I don't have that in front of me. I don't know. I can't speak on the context. I can't speak on what he was thinking. I'm not well enough versed to talk on that, on what you're saying.
Repeat what you just said, sorry?
I'm not well enough versed to speak on this exact thing that you're saying because I don't know anything about that. So it's like I'll be shooting blind saying that he meant it or he didn't mean it or what the context was, or I have no clue. Like I don't know exactly what you're speaking about.
You explicitly said
yes,
calling for the death of something is an imminent threat.
Well,
but when I give you an explicit scenario where Donald Trump does just that, you're not willing to say that. That's called hypocrisy.
No, let me elaborate. Okay, so let me elaborate on what I was saying. Okay, saying is one thing. Okay, so October 7th happened. What's happening in the Middle East is that Iran is using proxies across the Middle East to fund billions of dollars to cause mayhem around the Middle East, and that's actually happening. Like this isn't just saying. So they're saying we want to kill and eradicate everybody in Israel. We want to kill and eradicate everybody in the U.S. Whether they do it or not, fine. You can say it's not an imminent threat, but it actually is happening in the Middle East. Like October 7th did happen. Hezbollah is a real thing. It's happening. It's been shooting missiles for years. The Houthis have been shooting missiles for years. I mean, these are direct, actual, violent things that are actually happening in the Middle East, right? So you're mentioning some tweet that Trump said about somebody. I can't speak on that. But I can speak on it, like for the last 20 years, yes, Iran has been a threat. But right now, there actually are things happening. People are fighting back because it's gone so bad. I mean, there has been war, like a war prior to Iran that has been going on for the last 2 years. It was just less on U.S. than it was. So U.S. protecting an ally is not a bad thing, in my opinion.
We're not protecting an ally. We're going to war, offensively.
But what war you do? They're blocking the strait with ships. I mean, what
because
war?
we started the war with Iran.
Yeah, this is. I mean, you call it a war. This is hardly a war. First of all,
then why did
Israel
Trump
probably
say
did
it was
most of
a
the heavy
war?
lifting. Sorry.
Why did Trump say it was a war?
Because he's playing chess. That's why. Because he's playing a psychological war at the same time as a physical war. The physical
Honestly,
war.
my brain hurts talking to you. Like I feel like 90% of what you're saying is just utter bullshit. Like
yeah, but see that.
Like,
so
of
instead
course
of
we were in a
giving
war. The idea that we're not in a war is ridiculous.
Talk to me.
You cannot
So
describe to me what a war is without defining this as a war. Like it really pisses me off when people try to do that. You know it was a war.
I think it pisses me off.
You know it was a war. Why do you do that?
All you're doing is just name calling. You're not giving me any substance. You're just asking questions. Why do you think this? I give you an answer. It hurts my brain. Typical liberal. It's like there's no substance in what you're saying. What do you see?
You're gonna act like I didn't say anything or explain my view at all, and I just said you hurting my brain. You really are gonna act like that was my only argument. So I argued why you were wrong, and then I
Okay, so
explained
why
that
would-
you are hurting my brain when I constantly have to disprove what you're saying that's incorrect and complete misinformation that you have no justification for in the first place. So I've already explained why you're wrong. My whole entire argument wasn't, oh, you're just hurting my brain. So the fact that you said typical liberal as an own to me in that scenario shows how fucking desperate you are to try to find something to try to beat me on, because you have literally nothing in this scenario.
Okay, so explain this amazing answer you gave me on what you think, because maybe I missed it. I don't know.
On what?
On the war. Why is your brain hurting with what I'm saying? Am I not stating a fact that there's been a war for the last few years already in the Middle East?
No, I'm
with the
talking
same
about,
parties. With the same parties. So what makes your
Trump
brain
acknowledges himself that he started a war, that Marco Rubio acknowledges that their administration started a war, that Pete Hegseth acknowledges that they started a war. So they all called it a war. It clearly is a war. Can you define what a war is?
Yeah. So what I'm telling you is, you started talking about why he keeps calling it a war. Fine, it is a war. Like, technically speaking, it is a war. But I'm saying physically, I mean, the actual war part of it was very short lived. Now they're in discussions on a deal. I mean, they're blocking the strait.
So by the way, you said that typical liberal just says that their brains hurt. By the way, you just conceded the point. Thank you.
Why? There's different. There's economic
Typical
wars.
MAGA.
There are physical wars where you're shooting missiles and bombing. There's psychological wars. I mean, there's different types of wars, right? And all of those play in. When you're a superpower of the U.S., Trump. Listen, if you look at the way Trump moves, first off, I think he knows a lot more than you. And I think it's gonna age well. To be totally honest with you, I mean, it's not over. We're talking about something hypothetical, but I think at the end of the day, I think that Trump is going to win this war, however it is, and I think that Iran's going to be. I think the world's going to be a safer place once Iran isn't making nuclear weapons, which you think is an imminent threat, but I do.
I said it wasn't an imminent threat, and we, under the JCPOA, prevented them from enriching uranium to a greater extent. Donald Trump has put us in a worse position for preventing them from enriching uranium or getting a nuclear weapon. So you have yet to acknowledge that he's put us in that worse position, foreign policy speaking. So when you say it's going to age very well, nope, it's aging horribly right now, and we're seeing the foreign policy disaster as we speak.
Well, why? Okay, so you don't explain yourself. Why do you think we're in a worse?
I'm not explaining. Are you really fucking that dishonest?
No, I said, why do you think? I'm not swearing at you. I'm talking normally.
I just explained why, and you're gonna act like I didn't explain.
I said, why are we in a worse position? Why are we in a worse position?
I explained because they have more enrichment of uranium now than what we had under the context of the JCPOA. Are you fucking not able to understand what I'm saying at all?
I understand, but why? Okay, so why is that? Just because Trump? So it isn't like they already
Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. I've already explained. I've explained this one to you as well. Trump pulled out of JCPOA. They increase enrichment of uranium. Is that too complicated for you?
Okay, just because you're acting all smug doesn't make you smarter than everybody.
I'm not acting all smart. I'm answering your
you are acting a
question,
little bit smug. Yes, we're having a normal conversation. I'm telling you, it's not like they started making a nuclear weapon and started enriching after the fact. It's not like Trump went in and all of a sudden they're doing it. They were doing that before.
No, they weren't. The enrichment of uranium happened after they pulled out of the JCPOA. Trump pulled out of the JCPOA in 2018.
Yes, that's fine because it was a stupid deal to begin with. So he pulled out the JCPOA. You're talking about the JCPOA. You're talking about the deal that Obama made with them enriching uranium.
Mm-hmm. Why was it a stupid deal?
Huh?
Why was it a stupid deal?
Because I don't believe that's the reason why. I believe the reason why is because Israel just basically annihilated all of their proxies in the last 2 years, and now they need something bigger, so they started enriching more uranium to try to build a nuclear weapon so that they can be more powerful.
Incapable of answering basic questions. I asked you a simple question.
But that is a question.
Why is it a stupid deal, the JCPOA?
Well, giving Iran billions of dollars so that they don't enrich uranium, which we don't even know if that's even been the case or not.
You're just lying.
Well, I mean,
We had the IAEA surveilling over them. They had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities. The money we gave back to them was sanctions that we took off of them, their own money, and the money that we gave back to them, specifically the $1.7 billion, that was because we stole like $400 million from them, and we're paying them back plus interest in order for good faith. In order
putting
to be able to get
sanctions on is not
good
stealing.
faith,
But okay.
good faith, in order to be able to then, in the first place, be able to get an agreement done so that they will prevent their enrichment of uranium. This actually legitimately prevented their enrichment of uranium. Your policy under Trump's administration has been a foreign policy disaster and has led to them having a greater level of enrichment of uranium, which then, under your view, was the justification for why you went to war with them. So, by the way, Trump caused the conditions where he would then say it's justified to go to war with them when that was prevented under the Obama administration through the JCPOA. Cope.
Okay, so what about proxies going to war? Does not include to you Iran going to war? Is that a different scenario? Like their proxies going to war does not constitute as Iran going to war.
No, because we have proxy wars with Russia. We're not at direct war with Russia. That
We
would
have
be
proxy
World
war?
War III. We have proxy war in Ukraine with Russia, and they're also funding Iran.
You're saying so in essence you're saying that the war in Russia is U.S. and Ukraine against Russia.
We're funding
So
Ukraine.
we're fighting Russia
That's a
through
proxy
Ukraine.
war. That's a proxy
And I
war,
don't and I don't agree with that one either. But that happened.
But
That there was
Trump
more
agrees
funding in
with that
Ukraine
one.
under
Trump
your
agrees.
administration.
Trump agrees with that. But the point that I was making is that
Yeah.
you can be under proxy war, but not be under direct war. Proxy war is different from direct war. And just because there's proxy war does not mean that justifies us going to direct war. Otherwise, you would think it's justified to go to direct war with Russia.
Well, I mean, if Russia went to direct war with the U.S. and justified as if as I mean, that's kind of what's happening with the EU, with Europe. I mean, that would have been, if Russia was actually a more powerful country, that probably would be the next phase of what Russia probably would do and how they would justify.
No,
it.
they wouldn't, because there's a mutually assured destruction and nuclear weapons.
Well, no, the big threat of Russia is not necessarily Ukraine. The big threat of Russia is that they're now going to go after Poland and other countries in the EU.
Yeah,
I think that's a
you
bigger
mean
risk of
NATO?
Russia.
You mean NATO? They
Yeah,
won't do
NATO.
that.
With
They won't do that
NATO.
because they're a part of NATO.
Russia's a part of NATO?
No, Poland is a part of NATO.
No, I'm saying the big threat with Russia is not just Ukraine. It's the fact that Putin may not stop with Ukraine. He may go
And
into
that's
NATO.
why we have NATO.
I understand that's why we have NATO. I understand. But I'm saying if Russia's a more powerful country, they would justify it as, yes, you guys are funding the country that we're trying to have a war with. They just don't have the power. So yes, it would be
exactly,
justified.
So Iran isn't,
and I'm sure the same
Iran
people,
isn't
and
powerful
I'm sure you'd
enough
be
to then
just.
justify that. Then.
So if
Russia's not
Iran then said,
is Russia more powerful than Iran?
Russia's more powerful. Well, I mean, they haven't showed in the war with Ukraine, but yeah, they could be more powerful than Iran.
Russia is objectively more powerful than Iran.
Yes, they should be. They should be. I mean, I'm surprised how unpowerful they've been looking against Ukraine, but yes, in principle,
because
they should
of
be.
the U.S. defense and the
Because of the U.S.
West
defense and the money. I understand.
Like you understand, like that's what the reason.
It's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons. I think a lot of their weapons are old, and I think a lot of,
Making your
okay, I
point,
mean,
avoiding.
yeah, I made my point. I mean, you yawning doesn't make any. Okay.
Dude, that was literally just a natural yawn. I didn't yawn because I was trying to like make fun of
Okay.
you or be condescending. I
Okay.
literally just had a yawn.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. That's cool. It just looked that way. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't purposefully do it for that
Okay,
reason.
no
or anything.
problem.
I just happened to
No,
have
no
a yawn.
problem. And how do you feel about the mass immigration issue that we're having under Biden? You don't think that was a problem?
Are we pivoting?
Do you think the open border? I mean, I'm pivoting a little bit because of the yawn. I guess the last
border was
conversation
not open.
was getting boring.
I just happened to yawn, dude. You're so
No,
sensitive.
I know. So I just changed the subject then. I'm curious your take.
And I answered, we did not have an open border. You just bought the propaganda.
About the propaganda?
Yes.
There's like million, like so I think something like 10 million people came through the border. I mean, everyone
Wrong.
says the people working there says an open border,
Wrong.
but you know something different.
Less than 4 million people came to the country and documented under the Biden
Where were the
administration,
propaganda?
according
I mean,
to the Pew Research.
I mean, most of the news, most of the news comes from liberal media. Where would the propaganda come from?
Sir,
I
I'll
mean,
give you a
it's not
source.
propaganda. Whatever.
Pew Research is the source.
So you think the borders were exactly the same? You think
No.
everything was fine? There was no open
No,
border.
sir. I just said that your numbers were wrong. You said 10 million people. I said that's false.
Okay,
This
sorry,
source
okay.
actually indicates less than 4 million people.
Let's even say 4 million people. Okay, let's even say 4 million people. Do you think that's okay, or do you think the border should be? You think it's okay?
I think that the way to address that was by doing a bipartisan border bill that, you know what, Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine. That would have helped address the conditions of the border, would have secured the border, and it would have made the legal process go quicker. But Trump cared more about running on the border being a problem than actually fixing conditions at the border and getting historic legislation passed.
I mean, there's a lot of conditions at the border were bad well before Trump. I mean, conditions there's a lot of things that came out during the Obama administration about the conditions of the border. That wasn't a Trump thing. I think you guys made it into a Trump thing.
Okay. And actually, Trump is the one who brought it up when it wasn't really like something that was brought up as much prior. And even so, that's something that has been made worse off because of Trump due to his policies. And what you're not considering is that in terms of Donald Trump's immigration policies, violating the law to a greater extent. And then also, I don't understand the comparison that you're trying to make.
Well, I look around the world and I look at like what's happening in a lot of countries that have, so-called open borders, whether we agree or disagree, it's open, but having mass immigration coming in without being vetted, it's a disaster.
Okay.
It's a disaster in these liberal governments. Look at Canada, it's a disaster. Look at Europe, it's a disaster.
So I just
It's a
want to
disaster.
can you please do research? Can you actually look into things before you just claim random bullshit? Because what you just said is not true. They don't have no restrictions on the border. Okay. Under the Democrats administration, the Democrats wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker. That's the Democratic immigration policy that they advocate for. So if you actually want to address the conditions of the border, then you would agree with the Democrats there. You would not agree with Trump. Trump's
Okay, so then
policies,
why are refugees getting free hotel rooms, free places to stay, free money? Why is that happening?
those are legal asylum seekers going through the legal process, and those are state
Those aren't the legal
policies.
asylum. I'm talking about, those are refugees. Those are people that came through
Yeah, asylum process is legal.
Yes, asylum. Okay, asylum process. So you think people should just come in through the borders and everyone should seek an asylum process, and you're talking about wasting money. I mean,
It is legal
if
to
there's not a-
seek asylum. Stop coping.
Yeah, but it's also illegal to come into the country and stay there.
Not
It's not
under
legal
asylum.
to come into a country and
Not
stay
under
there.
asylum. Not if you're applying for asylum.
Okay.
You have
I
no
disagree
clue what
with
you're
her.
talking about. You're talking about legal immigration. Now you're saying you disagree with legal immigration?
No, I agree with mass immigration. I agree with mass immigration that's illegal. And when they're coming to the country and they're staying outside of the limited time they're supposed to, that's illegal.
So then,
and it should be illegal.
Dude, so the way to address this is by having a bill, okay? Donald Trump undermined that bill.
Yeah, but the bill was passed by who?
It was a bipartisan bill. It was going to get passed, and Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine that bill and said blame it on
Yeah,
me
because
if
it's a horrible bill.
What was bad about the bill?
Well, you're saying the bill allows for some seekers after they're in the United States illegally.
No, it makes the asylum process go quicker to disincentivize
Yeah, so why would you-
people
yeah,
who have invalid
yeah, so that-
asylum claims.
Yeah. That, you know why it was done? So that the asylum seeker can come in and you get more votes for the Democrats. That's why it was done. Get as many people as you possibly can to vote Democrat. Speed up the process. Why do you want to speed up the process? They're there illegally. For what reason?
These are
Like,
legal
why do
immigrants
you
coming
want
to the
illegal
country, and
immigrants?
asylum seekers, it takes them a long time to even get to a point where they would qualify to vote. You have no clue what you're talking about. Now,
I
we're
have a
not
clue
doing
about-
this to get more voters. We're doing this because we think immigration is beneficial to our society. And by the way, that bipartisan border bill is conservative leaning and was supported by conservatives. What the fuck are you talking about?
Anyways, I don't know.
You are propagandized. You are completely partisan. You have no capabilities of actually looking into something before you have some judged perspective on it because it's whatever Trump wants you to think. You didn't actually look into the bill at all. You're not actually criticizing it at all. You're just restating what you heard Trump say about it.
No, I'm not really saying what I heard Trump say about it. I'm talking about the illegal immigration that's happening in the country. I'm not talking
So
about the
what was
same
bad
illegal
about the
immigration
bill?
that's happening
Tell
in
me what's bad
many
about the bill.
countries. Well, I listen. I can't speak on that. I can't
You don't
speak on
know.
exactly
All
the
you
bill.
know is what you heard from Trump. That's my point.
No, because the way from what I know, it allows the bill was passed, and it was fairly recent, if I'm not mistaken, right? And it allows immigrants to become illegal immigrants to apply for status a lot quicker than it was before. But I don't think it should be a lot quicker than it was before.
No, you're,
So
you're
that's my
wrong.
opinion.
When you say illegal immigrants, I'm sorry, but
Yes, people that come to the country that overstay what they're allowed to overstay.
no, it
So
does
whatever
not
that
allow
is.
people who are illegally in the country to be given a process to then apply legally. That's not true. It gives a process for asylum that's quicker to those that are coming through the asylum process, and that is purposeful because then it disincentivizes those that have invalid asylum claims from going through the asylum process. So that's just expediting the asylum process for those that have legitimate asylum claims. So for people that should be in the country.
But why should they be in the country?
Because they legitimately are applicable for the asylum process.
Right, but there are millions of people that are applicable for the asylum process.
If it
Are there
happens to be that there are
there's
millions of people
millions
that
of people
apply,
come in from different countries. Half of them, like a lot of them, are criminals. A lot of them are not, like, and
you're
it's
dishonest. You're
fine.
so wrong. Most
Why
asylum
am I
seekers
wrong?
coming to the country are not criminals.
A lot of them are.
No, they're not.
Some of them. Why are they not?
What proportion of asylum seekers are criminals?
I mean, the people coming unvetted into a country, and then
There's a lower proportion of criminals
shouldn't-
amongst those that are seeking asylum than the natural born population of this country.
right. So run me the difference between going that route
And you
compared
say
to
there's
if
no-
I was in. No, but run me the difference.
This guy says there's no vetting process. Do you know the asylum process is the vetting process?
Yeah, I understand. So what's the vetting
Why
process
am I
compared to
talking?
somebody who-
Why are you not listening to me? Why are you saying
listening
these
to you.
things?
I'm listening to you.
This is a legal process. The vetting process is the asylum process. We're making the vetting process go quicker to ensure that more people are vetted. And you're mad about that?
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad about that. I'm not mad about it if they're vetting the people out. I just feel like there's a lot of people that aren't being vetted out.
We are vetting
why I
them. The asylum process is what's vetting them.
Okay. Well, there have been a lot of situations, a lot of bad situations where that led from illegals coming into the country, and I think that being more strict on the border is a positive thing.
Yeah, if you want to go after the worst of the worst to a greater extent, provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who haven't committed a violent or serious crime, because the more time that you focus on people who are just coming here for a better life that are not a threat to the safety and security of our population, the less time that you have to focus on the worst of the worst that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population. So if you actually cared about addressing that, you would agree with the Democrats' policy to a greater extent because they prioritize going after those that have committed violent and serious offenses. Plus, you wouldn't vote for a violent sex offender for president.
I get a violation.
Man, you just got a violation. But explain before you leave. Why did you vote for a violent sex offender for president?
Because I don't think he's a violent sex offender.
He is. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Yeah, civilly liable. Civilly liable. He's been a multi-billionaire celebrity since for decades and decades.
That doesn't mean he wasn't held civilly liable. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Was that the second flag for misinformation on this live as well? Like, dude, the amount of flags I'm getting is crazy. It's actually nuts. Zach, thank you so much for the $35. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, that would be so ridiculous to think that, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Melissa, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Dominic, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much from donation from Boomer Dom. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Dominic. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Dominic in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Dominic. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now. That is very kind of you. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W's for Dominic in the comment section right now. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube Super Chat here real quick. Chat, real question. Should I do a restart and try to get another debate here? Or should I just do a Q&A and call it for today? Malachi, thank you so much for the member subscription. Thank you very much. Wildly, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe sometime. Michael, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Sarah, thank you for the $5. BB, thank you so much for the £2. Thank you very much. Most people are saying debate. All right. We'll do one more debate. We're gonna hit a quick restart. We're gonna debate real quick, and then we'll do a little bit of a Q&A at the end. All right, I'll be right back. One more debate. Alrighty, if you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that thumbs up, everyone. I think on YouTube right now we have about 1.4 thousand likes. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really appreciate everyone. We're about 600 away. If you haven't hit that thumbs up yet, it really helps push it out to more people, so I'd really appreciate that. Debate wasn't the option. It was restart or Q&A. It was restart to debate. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's get one more person on for debates. One more person on for debates for today, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you and Dean and fuck Trump.
Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request. If you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, we're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Dean. Hey, Daddy. Do you know about...
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
Hold on. I was gonna say something. I'm not here to debate, but the last dude.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm here for the Q&A. I'm 22.
We are just looking for debates, everybody, right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are charged.
Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18,
You support
April
Trump?
12th, 2008. I have a question regarding Trump.
Hey everyone, please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. We are just looking for debates. If I can get someone here very soon, I'm just going to go on to Q&A and end it for today in terms of debates. So, please only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, we're just getting trolls right now. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shout out LeBron.
Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, watch UFC, Parker. Watch UFC.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. By the way, everyone, tomorrow I should be on live like 4 or 5 p.m. tomorrow. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Carrie, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's try 3 more people. If I can't get someone, then we'll just call it. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Where's the handout? And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Harris.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old
Wait,
are you?
since no one wants to ask a question, can I?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. All right, I think that we don't have any guest requests. I think it's just call it for today, everyone. I think that's the move. Just do a Q&A. If you have any questions, you can ask me real quick, everyone. I'll do Q&A for the next 15, 20 minutes or so. If you have any questions, you can ask me right now. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that thumbs up, as always. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat, or you can ask me over the YouTube chat, over the TikTok chat. I'll try to get to those as much as I can. Best place to do so is on Venmo or PayPal. Tomorrow I should be on around 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, everyone. I'll keep everyone updated with when I'll be live. Thank you for the hand heart, by the way. Thank you. Do give it a second. Why don't you debate some non-MAGA people? I will be debating Republican people once you get past the midterms. So it will stop being just Trump. Especially going into the times we're going to have different nominees for president on the Republican side. Marina, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I've never heard of them. Never heard of them. I'll have to look them up. Where's your name, Parker, get a job from? My name, Parker, get a job is from, like, people would just come up on my stream and tell me to get a job because they think that me doing this isn't a real job. So I kind of just made my name that. Lauren, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. For favorite movie, Revenge of the Sith. Favorite candy? I don't know if I have a specific favorite candy. Maybe I'll go with Gushers. Kate for cards, thank you for $2. Thank you very much. Perfect rock or perfect stick, and why? Perfect rock. I feel like that would be more valuable. What made you get into politics? Civics. I took a civics class in high school. That's really what led to me to getting more into politics. Let me let my girlfriend know I'll be off within like 30 minutes for sure. Alrighty. Sorry, I was just making sure my girlfriend knows. Let me make sure. Favorite band? I don't know if I have a specific favorite band. Pen or pencil? I think I would prefer pencil. Just at least in school. I prefer pen, like when I'm just at home for typical stuff, but I prefer pencil when I'm at school. Danielle, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I think it's possible. I'd have to look more into it. Justina, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you could give your pre-content creator self one advice, what would it be? Keep your head up. You don't have to explain everything to everyone. And know that you are going to be good at making determinations yourself, and you don't need to rely upon other people telling you how you should run things. I think those would be like the general things. And Bob, thank you for the £2. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Any tips on learning economics/politics? Debating it, looking into it. Taking classes for it was really helpful for me. And watching lectures are the best things for me. I like hearing debates, to be honest. Elizabeth, thank you for the $2. I've never heard of them. Never heard of them. I think I'm caught up there. Ever been a Republican? I grew up in a conservative household, so yes. But when I was in high school, I was. Favorite food? I'd probably go sushi. Probably go with sushi. MAGA hunting, Parker? Maybe sometime. Maybe sometime I'll do that. Kira, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Do you consider yourself a leftist or a liberal? I'm a liberal. And then I do over the Republicans. That would be my position. Even though she does, because she's still a preferable candidate. You ever get elevated with flour? Every once in a while. Every once in a while. Lauren, thank you for the $1 for dogs or cats. Probably dogs. California governor choice. I think I'm going to end up picking Steyer. I prefer Katie Porter to everyone else, but I don't think she has a chance to win. I think that's where I kind of ended up. I prefer Steyer over Becerra because of ideological preference. I want a more progressive candidate. And one way I look at this is like, where are like the biggest corporations putting money towards? They're putting money not into Steyer. They're putting money against Steyer in this scenario. So it seems to be like the better option. Although, like, I think that there are legitimate concerns with, like, especially obviously how Steyer made his money, with how that could influence his position now, with the idea that he's, like, buying his way kind of into the position with how much money he's putting into the race. You know, things like that. I think those are all, like, legitimate concerns. But I do think that, ideologically, I prefer him to Becerra. But I would still vote for Becerra over a Republican for sure. But yeah, I honestly wish Katie Porter had more of support. I would have liked Katie Porter, honestly. I voted for her Senate spot. I liked her in the race comparative to the other ones. And I honestly, like, looking back on it, I think the criticisms, right, with, like, how she was, like, rude are pretty weak, actually. So, yeah. I wish she would have picked up in terms of support a bit more comparative to the other candidates. I think that she's preferable comparative to the others. Yes, Tom Steyer did make bad investments to make his money in the first place. Now, the one important thing to look at is he's changed his position on these things. I think you can change your positions over time. And then also, like, where are the corporations putting the money into now? It's a genuine question. If he was, like, going to do whatever it was going to be the most profitable for corporations because he's going to be a billionaire himself, well, then we would expect that the largest corporations and biggest businesses would be putting their support into him because it would inevitably make them the most money. But it seems like they're not doing that. So... Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you for I have 2 dogs, Husky and GSD/Husky. What breed of dog would you get? I would get like a little dog if I ever got one. I don't know what breed I would end up with. Honestly, I've no clue. I don't know when I would get a dog. Heaven, thank you for the $2 for favorite trip you've ever been on. I really like when I was a kid, I went to Turks and Caicos. That was really cool. I haven't gone on a trip like that in so long though. Like, We used to do that before we moved to California. We used to do some trips. Like I've been to Mexico a few times, but ever since we moved to California, like my whole family hasn't done like any vacations or trips like that because it's like we're already in California. Rebecca, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Have you seen the? No, I have not seen the movie. Juliana, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I do prefer dogs. Do prefer dogs. Alexander, thank you so much for the dollar. I have thought about it, but I probably would lean against it now. Myself. It's a lot of work to do that. Gee, thank you for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I will do that at the very end of the stream. Very end of the stream. If you have any more questions, again, Venmo, PayPal, YouTube Super Chat, or you can ask me over the chats on TikTok or over on YouTube. I'll be on for the next few minutes, probably 12 more minutes, answering questions maximum. The best place to find that is my link tree in my bio. Click on it in my link tree. Don't just assume it's Parker Get a Job. Just look it up before you do. Will Steyer tax the rich? Yeah, he actually wants to tax billionaires. Increase the taxes on the rich and wealthy. He supports billionaires tax. I am not sure. I don't think that Becerra does support the same type of billionaires tax he does. Because Steyer wants to make it like longer term, not just like a one-time billionaire tax. He's also single-payer healthcare. He advocates to abolish ICE. He's got the progressive opinions. Juliana, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. For what do you want to do other than streaming? I mean, I love doing this. I don't really have any thoughts or plans to do anything else. Mario or Sonic? Mario. Also, sorry everyone with the microphone today. I think the microphone was a little bit quieter today. I'm sorry about that. I'll try to fix that by tomorrow. I don't know why it was so much quieter today comparative to other days. Justina, think of the dollar. Patience is not one of my virtues. Mine might be delayed. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see that one. I didn't even see the message until now. What's the most unfair criticism you get, and what's the most accurate one? Ooh, accurate criticism. Accurate criticism. I think that sometimes I'll interrupt people a little bit too much. So I think there's accurate criticisms there, of course, depending on the circumstance. What's it called? And then an unfair criticism. Just random stuff about grifting and that type of stuff. That's obviously an unfair criticism. Those would be the ones I'd think of. Why never ask those homophobes why it's okay for children to know about straight people and cisgender people? I think I do ask similar stuff to that because I kind of bring up the idea that in schools it's really only we're talking about gay stuff whenever we're talking about straight stuff. We're only talking about trans people whenever we're talking about cis people. That's already the conversation that existed. So I think I kind of do, but maybe I could ask it a little bit more direct. Stephen, think of the $2. Thank you. Frey Parker, why did you decide to move to California? I didn't. My parents did. I was a kid when we moved out here. So my parents wanted to get out of the cold in Iowa. Heidi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Who do you think the next president should be? I'd like it to be AOC. That'd be nice. I'm not gonna do Snapchat. Zodiac sign: Aries, Sun, Aquarius, Moon, Scorpio, rising. Did you consider yourself a leftist? No, I consider myself a liberal. Yeah, she will be old enough. She'll be, I think it's 37 or 38, something like that. Juliana, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I would like to. I definitely would like to. And then they said, also, have you seen the passports? Have you seen on passports the stars? Oh no, I haven't seen that. I'll have to look into that. Also, who would you like to see to win in Florida for what race? As well, Stefan, what are your thoughts on passports having? I haven't seen that. Where have you seen that? Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you for most unfair one I've heard is that you had some of Han and CK's death. Yeah, that one is crazy. And yes, my girlfriend's liberal. She holds the same views as me. I don't know a single thing we disagree on politically. Have you and Dean ever debated? Yeah, we have. We've had disagreements ideologically in the past and have talked about our disagreements, and inevitably we just get to a point where we end up agreeing because we convince each other. BBS, of course. Thank you so much for the £2. Thank you. Steven, thank you for the $1. Isn't it just Republicans? I'm not sure that the governor for Florida has any Democratic option, do they? I'm not familiar. Alrighty, less than 6 more minutes, everybody, maximum. You don't do any research? Yes, I actually do. I do so much research. You're just a grifter, elevated but not grifter. You are a grifter, actually. You are elevated and a grifter, so that's actually what it is. Here, yes, you can have different political beliefs and relationships can still survive, but it depends on what the difference in political beliefs are. And it depends on, obviously, your willingness to keep going. Because, I mean, some people's views change over time, so they're kind of like stuck in a relationship already. But, I mean, I would recommend don't go into a relationship with someone that you have massive disagreements politically. I think it's a bad idea. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Can you explain the difference between leftist, liberal, progressive versus Democrat? Well, progressives can be Democrats. They're kind of just more of like a left-wing side of the party. The difference between leftist and liberal is whether or not you're anti-capitalist. Leftists are anti-capitalist. Liberals still believe in capitalism with social safety nets. Kristen, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Favorite fun fact to use in a debate? I'll just give like my favorite argument. My favorite argument running against people is when people think that being gay is a choice. I like running an argument against them that like clearly it's not a choice, that like, oh, you can't choose to find people sexually attractive. So I love running that argument against people because it's really, really funny. There's also a really particularly strong argument with when people bring up like, oh, gay intercourse is wrong because it increases likelihood of STDs, which, by the way, not true in plenty of instances. But let's assume that that's the case. Okay, well then do you think that women should have sex with other women because women are less likely to have STDs comparative to men? Sounds like their argument would then be yes. And most, like, not, men are always the ones that make this argument. So a man will essentially have to argue. It's always straight men. Will have to argue women shouldn't have sex with him. And it's really funny. That one is a really funny argument because they'll almost never concede to the idea that women shouldn't have sex with them. Even though, like, that's what the argument would logically entail. Because women should be with other women because they are less likely to have an STD. Rima, thank you so much for the $5. I did see this. I'm sorry, I just must have missed that one as well. What are some positives for you as of recently? I just want to ask you how you're doing overall as a person. What are some positives for you recently? I've been doing good recently. I'm trying to think what positives. Nothing I can say. I got something planned for video that I'm gonna be setting up. There's something good there. Outside of that, just the usual. I'm pretty chill. Steven, thank you so much for the dollar. Yeah, that I've heard it's really bad. Underground, yeah. I mean, it depends on how much you can get support. So I don't even know if there's a Democratic option that has a chance at winning or anything. So, all right, everyone, we got 2 more minutes. If you have any last questions, ask me right now before I get off. Everybody, I love y'all, everyone. I'll be off. I'll be on tomorrow again around 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Just letting y'all know. Alrighty. Alrighty, I think I've completely caught up. Have an awesome night. Yeah, you know what? I don't see any more messages. I might just call it for today. Alright, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone tomorrow. Have a good night. Good night. I'll post. You can check out some of my YouTube videos I posted if you want to go check them out. I'd really appreciate it. There's a lot of YouTube videos you can check out. I have posted 3 for today. I post 3 every single day, so go check them out if you'd like to. Also, there was this conservative interviewer that tried to confront me. I posted a short about that. If you want to check that out as well, you can. Here on TikTok, it got limited for some reason. It won't send out in the algorithm. It says limited for recommendation or something like that. Not eligible for recommendation. So that's annoying, but on the other platforms it exists. But yeah, thank you, everyone. I love y'all. Good night, everyone.